The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Hello. Who's out there today? Yeah, been a bit rushed. Lots of I's to tick and T's to cross. Whatever the saying is. Man, it's been a rough couple of days with the old stomach, that's for sure. So hopefully I don't get sick during the show. Hey Sugar, how's it going? Let me just post up some things on the side. I think Gabber's joined us. Got to mute myself here. All I can hear is myself talking, and normally that causes you to stutter. I sort of got used to it though, I guess. Not as bad as I used to be. Dumbest show on the planet, says Rich. What's that? Glad to be here. Well, he's never ever watched my show, that's the problem. He's joined a few live shows, but that's about it. He hasn't actually looked at all my other stuff I have on the channel, you know. It's all broken up into bits and pieces. Like I got small 5-minute videos debunking. I also got about 20 or so, I'm not sure how many it is, documentaries I've made, you know, proper ones, through the editor, which take probably a week of research and 1 or 2 days to edit. Because I was learning the software too, right? Plus I got probably 100 episodes with Robert, where's my calendar gone? Robert Farmer. He used to do UFO cases with multiple witnesses, the most credible UFO cases. But we looked at some other ones which are a wee bit suspicious. Plus we looked at the Russian incident one. And we found new information and brought it to you at the time. So yeah, sometimes I watch back some of my own shows just to refresh my memory on stuff we did. And I just think, well, that's great. I wish someone was doing this back when I was a kid. And we didn't have the internet back then. But yeah. You know, even when early YouTube came out, no one was doing what I was doing. And if there was, I probably wouldn't have created my own channel. I would have just been joining theirs and watching theirs and joining their show, right? If they were debunking, teaching us about cameras, also having their own experiences and bringing the best evidence they've captured and all that sort of stuff. That would be a great channel. So basically, I created it myself. But people underestimate my channel for some reason. Because people get always upset in ufology, one thing or another. So if you try and debunk a case, their favourite case, they get all upset with you. You know, like Skinny Bob, Dr. Lear footage, Sakaro, because that's not clear cut either. Although some of them you can't prove 100%. I think really you got to look at it overall, you know, saying, well, there's a possibility, but there may have been something else going on that sort of got wrapped up in the case, you know, how we have multiple things. So someone might see a UFO, and then someone sees a UFO with something else, which something else could have easily been a military plane or something, you know, and you got to sort of eliminate things as you go. Or some rocket launch happened at the same time as a UFO incident happened, and sometimes some people will debunk it off as the same thing. So you've got to always remember that multiple things can happen at the same time, and that makes it a bit more tricky. But yeah, skywatchers tend to be eager, and yeah, I think GabberTV has sort of learnt a lot from me in the last, how long's he been with us now? 6 months? Maybe not even that long. No, he's learnt a fair bit off me, what he should be doing and stuff, and he's debunked some of his own sightings. That's the way we got to be, you know, we got to always move forward, keep learning. Technology keeps changing, so we got to keep up with it, and just be better people in ufology, really. Try not to get too involved in the drama and character attack people. I know some people make excuses that they didn't know better, and they sort of team up with their frauds, right? They seem to, you know, you got new channels that start up and then they start popping on all the big channels and all that sort of business, and then I think, well, if they're researchers, they should know better. They should better research a channel before going on it. You know, especially like third phase of the moon. If you're given material to third phase of the moon, then you're a bad ufologist, right? And really, the only thing is that they're trying to get more subs and views. That's really what it boils down to. There's no excuse for being stupid in this field. You know, it's common sense. But anyway, better see where Gabber's got to. I said there's no rush for him to come on though, but he's going to talk about some of his ghost stuff, I think. Where's he disappeared to though? Live now. He said he was going to have a wash. Anyway, let's see if he pops on. And now, but yeah, so I think more people are starting to notice me now, especially since I've been on Cambian's show. But you know, I don't have big channels promoting me. If I did, that would get away the Google suppressing my channel, because they suppress the channel. Oh, here he comes. I saw a flash of G.
G'day.
Hello. Ah, right. You seem far away.
The camera.
No, you're so close.
I was just setting up the camera.
Yeah, no, that's alright. Cool. I wonder what happened to you. I thought maybe you're having a shower.
I was been having dramas. The cat got sick. I just took the cat to the vet. I got a million things happening at once. I got a full day ahead of me. I got to go back to the vet, and then another million things all happening at the same time. Yeah, it's a full day today.
Crap. Yeah, Charlie's been a bit under weather lately. I'm just keeping an eye on him. But yeah, I think his days are numbered now with the lumps that he's got. He's
Yeah.
find it a wee bit hard to walk with the
Poor doggy.
lipomas. Hey Andy, how's it going? I see there's a wee bit happening all around the web at the moment. Dumbest show on the planet, that's the Out There channel, and that's obviously wrong. The
Hi,
smartest
Shogun.
channel, I hope.
Hey, hey, Andy. How are you, boys?
How's the volume levels? I did adjust my headset, so hopefully I better check the meters. Just say hello there, Gabber.
I can't remember identified S4's first name now. I feel bad.
S4, Tony or Anthony.
Tony. Hey, Tony. Hey, Tony. How are you, buddy? Sorry, I forgot your name. I've only watched your show twice. Please forgive me.
Yeah, you watched a BBC documentary. What's this?
Anthony. Oh, like my cousin Tony. Now I can remember because my cousin's named Tony. So Anthony. How are you? Anthony? Good to see you, buddy.
Alright, you watched a BBC documentary. Boy, it can't be pointed at the moon. Yeah, well, Hubble can see down to a stadium size on the on the moon, right? Obviously, it's in orbit around Earth, and the moon is in its pathway, right? So they can aim the Hubble that direction, but the James Webb they put way out into space, maybe to get it away from. It's not too far away from the sun that it won't get solar power, but far enough away that it's in the darkness, I guess. Or less likely to get radiation from the sun, maybe. There are really some technical specs on all that sort of way. They put a shield at the back of it, remember? So everybody's saying, why did they get James Webb to aim? So we looked into that online, that last live or a couple back. But yeah, so if Hubble can see a stadium down to stadium size quality, that's how big is a stadium? Well, the field's 300 meters, is it? So the stadium would be a lot bigger than that, wouldn't it? 500 meters. Although they said it could see down to 100 meters, I thought I read the technical specs. So stadium, I don't understand. That would have to be a small stadium, I thought. But anyway, so applying that backwards, that means the Hubble lens to be able to see down to maybe a couple of inches would have to have a lens the size of a stadium. So you can actually invert that, right? So it makes you wonder what they got in spy satellites, which are pretty much in low orbit, right? Which some of the stuff that people are seeing, especially pilots, could be spy satellites. People should always keep that in mind. But we got a lot of Starlink, as we found out last time, with low horizon orbit, which is perfect for airline pilots to see reflected the sunlight at that level.
Yeah, I find when I'm filming with infrared, and then I come back and I look at the satellite app to see was this a faraway UFO or plane or satellite.
Yeah.
When I see that they're Starlink satellites, and I go around and I look, all the Starlink satellites are like low on the horizon. Very, very few are actually like up in altitude in the horizon. Most of them are like very, very low. 90%. 90% of the Starlinks are all low orbit, low horizon. They just
well, you want
go
you
side
want
to
them.
side.
Well, the reason they've done that is because they want it as low possible in orbit to be able to communicate, right? Because it got less atmosphere,
Less latency. Yeah, less latency, less ping, faster communication. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Jasper. Welcome to the show, mate.
We got Jasper on. Hey, how's it going? This is why I do early shows, because it'll be late in the nighttime UK side, but be afternoon to evening on US side. So anyway, we're just going to carry on from where we left off last time. I know you wanted to bring forward some of your stuff that you've captured, and if other people want to join us, they can at some stage.
I just spammed Truth Seekers Discord with all these orbs I caught in the last 3-4 weeks, all these different color orbs and stuff.
He's going to be happy with you then.
I was having a conversation with someone and they were showing me their videos, I was showing him them pictures, and it's like 20 pages later, like, oh, I've just spammed all these photos. I got to stop spamming orb photos. I don't want to upset the people on the Discord.
Yeah.
But we were like researching and investigating and asking questions and talking about his orbs and my orbs. So we were sort of investigating paranormal stuff we were photographing and videoing, you know?
Yeah. The thing is, people say they make friends online in UFO groups, but, you know, you can be friends with third phase, right? And like alien editors.
No. I'm not going to be friends with third phase. I refuse. Sorry.
Yeah, but then they tend to believe some of their BS that they tell them, right? They think they're friendly and all that, which they probably are.
Yeah, because they BS so much, it sinks in after a while, and you start to believe it, and you can't figure out that they're lying to me.
You know, I've got lots of online friends who've been with me for 7 years, but I've never ever met them in person, apart from maybe JD, who actually come to Christchurch and I met up with him. But then I haven't seen much of him since, because he's always working. He works like 6 days a week, and long hours. He gets up at crack of dawn and comes home at night time. So yeah, people slaves to the money, I guess. He used to be on my show regularly. And I think he was doing part-time contracting back then, though.
Kick the keyboard.
How many cats you got?
2. This one just jumped on my table, then kicked the keyboard, pressed a button. I don't know what happened. The whole screen scrolled down.
Right. So the other cat's at the vets, is it?
Yeah, she's getting X-rays and blood tests.
They do eat some strange things sometimes, and it makes them sick, especially in Australia.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking she's eating a spider, or a spider bit her, or I don't know.
So you missed the last show because you were sick, I believe.
Yeah, I was sick.
Was the flu? Was it past now? It's normally a 3-day thing, isn't it? It
was just an overnight thing. I was like, what happened? I woke up and I just started throwing up straight away.
Right.
I couldn't stop throwing up, but then that stopped.
Yeah.
I just slept it off, basically.
Yeah. So, how do you know if an orb is dust or not? That's the hardest thing with this ghost stuff, isn't it?
I had pictures. My orbs have tails on them. A lot of them have tails. They look like long teardrops, or short, stubby teardrops. And
Couldn't that be long exposure, though?
I was doing 2,000 of a second.
Yeah, still
I was doing 2,000th of a second. That's pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's pretty quick. A dust has to move in 2,000ths of a second when there's no wind and no bugs outside.
Yeah, but you can't get 2,000 a second on our infrared cameras, unfortunately. That's the problem with these cameras. It's a low frame rate.
The orbs don't show up on my infrared camera. I went out for half an hour. I was thinking, are these bugs that keep popping up in the flash? So I took the infrared night vision camera out, the Bushel Equinox Z2.
Yeah.
And I looked for half an hour. I could not find a single bug in the sky. And it was winter time, -2 degrees Celsius at night time. So like, there's no bugs at winter time. And I was looking for bugs. I couldn't find bugs. I was looking for the orbs. I couldn't see the orbs. As soon as I hit the flash with the camera, every so often they would pop up, every so many photos. I'm just like, sometimes they're not there. Sometimes there's lots of them there. And I'm just like, are these water droplets? It's just like fog or mist in the air. But then I put the camera to 1,000, 2,000ths of a second.
Yeah.
And I let it run. and it didn't make a difference. It didn't change. There was still, if it was water droplets or something, that tail would have like shrunk right down or something.
Guess I should just replay my video again just to recap.
I don't know. There might be an explanation for it. I don't know. It's just I've always, since my young brother died, I've always gotten orbs in photos and videos and light beings everywhere and like strange paranormal photos. And I stopped doing photography for a couple of years because I got sick of all my photos having orbs in them. Basically, I stopped doing photography, and just recently, I was taking pictures of the red sunset. I was just taking pictures of the red sunset, and all these orbs popped up. So last few weeks, I just put the camera up, set it up, hit it to like take a photo every 30 seconds, and just let it run until the battery runs flat. Just like doing experiments, and then try different settings, different camera modes, different shutter speeds, trying to like figure out what it is, you know.
That was before your P1000, was it? Or
and that was years ago when I used to take photos with the camera phone. I used to get orbs everywhere, and I just stopped taking it after a while because I was just sort of, I don't know, I felt weird taking photos and having orbs all the time pop up. No matter inside, outside, anywhere I went, orbs would pop up.
Oh.
And usually the orbs would pop up when I'm happy and I'm smiling. If I'm happy and smiling and I'm having a good time, there'll be an orb just like floating past on my shoulder, here, there. Like sometimes I think it's my dead brother, like checking up, seeing what's going on, making sure everything's all right.
Yeah. So, just recap this footage here, and then I'll finish breaking down some of the stuff in it. As you know, in VLC, you got tools, and also under video, you got take snapshot, which is really handy. So, once you can step through, I think you can only move forward in a frame on VLC with the E key. It's kind of strange, I know. But this footage here, as you know, there's something that appeared here that looked like it's inside the TV. I've reanalyzed some of the frames, and I'll go over it. So yeah, I'm sort of sounding like Darth Vader here. I sort of muted it for the time being, so we can just talk about it.
I think it's an interesting video. You wake up out of a deep sleep and you start attacking something that we can't see, and then these orbs start going choo 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 choo.
Yeah, that's because I was kicking my feet, and of course on the bed, and you're going to get dust. So there is actually something that appears in the TV here, and I think it's already gone past very quickly. 17 seconds in. I'll just wind it back. See if we can see it flash by.
See, that flashes by just then. It just went up past the television.
Did I miss it again?
Yeah.
It happens very quickly, and yeah, I'm surprised I actually caught it.
I think you need to edit it and put a red circle around each frame that it goes up. And play it.
That's why I zoom in.
You should have given it to me. I would have done it in 5 minutes for you. You should have just given me the video. I would have put red circles around it.
I still didn't see it. Maybe I have to be on full screen. I don't know. But unfortunately, I can only run my stream at 15 frames a second rather than the usual 25 because my CPU just doesn't cut it. The more frames, the more processing that's needed to transmit it to Google. So I lose a wee bit of quality on Google that way. But 15 frames a second should be okay. But yeah, we totally didn't see it. I think Mum tried to watch it on the smartphone. She didn't see it, and I said, I'm not surprised. It's really hard to see, even on a big screen. So I probably have to slow it right down to see it. But there is an orb that appears there, and then I react, right? Get crazy, like I'm kung fu fighting. There we go. Now I'm not sure if that was me having a reaction to weight on the foot or whether somehow it triggered a spasm. So you do get muscle spasms sometimes, you know, where your muscles go crazy. I'm not sure if you ever had that. And as you can see, it's not sleep paralysis. I've never had sleep paralysis. That's the thing with my experiences. You know, everybody always says, oh, it's probably just some sleep disorder, right? But you can see that I'm ready to attack anything that's in the bedroom.
Look, you're punching, you're elbowing, you're doing karate chops like Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah, but you saw I was in a deep sleep, and straight away I'm able to move and stuff. So it's not the same as what other people claim, where they feel paralyzed. But I felt like there was weight on me, but I could move, right? But now you start to see the orbs if you're careful enough. And you got to remember, this is no light on here. But when I reach and grab the meter, I think I do touch the touch lamp on low light. Because sometimes when you put the light on, it scares them off. But maybe I shouldn't have touched the light and just grabbed the meter. But yeah, I was a bit worried I was going to drop the meter. Sometimes you need a wee bit of light to see what you're doing, because it is totally black in the room.
Thanks, Shogun.
So just skim in here. We might be able to see some dust now. You can see dust shooting around here, and you can see a lot of it going upwards. Dust to me is more regular in size. See, that's a lot of dust there. And you can see it looks a bit brighter.
That one just shot up straight through from the bottom right.
Yeah, but a lot of those. Yeah, there's a lot of it going up. So the ones going upwards generally are hitting the air currents, right? But it's the ones that seem to be super bright. See, that one there is a wee bit strange. See, that one was a bit strange because it changed direction. Like you'd think
the air current, like it was a bug inside.
Yeah, like it was a bug though. And these other ones went straight up. And this one here, that one
goes like loop-de-loop. That one like bends.
Yeah, that one there is not dust. The way it's moving, right? It's just something different about it.
It does direction change.
Yeah, and it seems to be seems a lot brighter.
That one arced. That one came down on an arc.
See that one there, and that one's, you know, if it's going near the light, it should be going upwards because that's giving off heat, right? So if I've got the lamp on, why is it going downwards? And it looks like it's right near the camera too, so why is it going downwards?
And it does a left-hand turn and goes down.
Yeah, it seems to have like intelligent movements, that one. But I don't know, are we being fooled? So I'll grab some screenshots of that. So let's see if we can grab that one, because that one's quite interesting.
Maybe if you run some filters on it in paint.net, have a look at it.
Yeah.
But you'd have to compare it to dust. You have to get a dust particle and look at it with filters and then compare it and see if there's differences, you know?
Yeah.
See if we can see difference between dust particle with filters and orb with filters.
Let me just take a snapshot of that one. So obviously that one's moving quite fast because we've got motion blur, right? So it's done a screen snapshot. And we're just giving it on a wee bit. See, that's a sudden change in direction there. It's almost like a UFO in the bedroom, isn't it? next frame.
That pattern on the mattress might that'll introduce into the orb. That'll introduce that pattern into the orb. You might have to get it when it's on your blanket or on the wall. That pattern on the mattress is going to interfere with it.
How come it's not moving? That's 3 frames.
E. Press E.
Yeah, I'm pressing E. It says next frame, but it doesn't seem to be moving.
It's when your computer has got too much going on. It struggles. it'll take like 5-10 seconds to catch up.
I think it's just a bug in VLC actually. Let's just go back a bit. Definitely moving there.
Timmy Tinkles asks, is this every night you experience this, Paul?
It's been a bit quiet since I had something happen the night after this, and then it's been quiet since. But the temperature in the house has increased quite a lot because the summer's finally coming. Yesterday was one of the hottest days. I think in the lounge it got up to almost 30 degrees Celsius. And my bedroom here at the moment is wall clock 26 degrees Celsius, and I've got the curtains pulled. So yes, definitely the summer's rolling. The hottest month will be probably January and February in New Zealand though. So yeah, where's that orb disappeared to? See, I got another one. But will it stuff up now?
You got to get a screenshot when it first comes in on that wall. So we haven't got the pattern from the mattress. Translucent. So you got to go back a little bit. Catch it when it comes down on the wall.
I'm pushing the next frame. It should.
Yeah. We'll look at all of them, but we've got to remember. We've got to remember those photos have the pattern of the mattress there.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not moving.
Your CPU's just maxed out. I get that when I have too many things running, and I got to close things, be able to pause frame by frame in VLC.
It's got to be a bug. It's got to be a bug. See if we can get it on the wall up here. Heaven's so quick though. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's another quickie. So it is sort of transparent though, isn't it? Because you can see the cog on the bed here.
There it is there, just before that.
Yeah, I don't think we can go back a frame, unfortunately.
VLC doesn't go backwards in frames. I don't know why. I really like. I've been looking, trying to find video programs that go backwards and forwards one frame at a time, so I can examine stuff.
Yeah.
Finding something good.
There's a better program called Pot Player. It's got so many functions on it. Haven't really played around with it much. Go and check it out.
Pot Player.
Pot Player. Yeah, it's a strange name.
Look.
It's definitely one that it does snapshots. It does everything. Maybe it does too much. Really, it needs like a simpler interface. Pot Player, as in pot plant. Here we go. Even the logo on it sucks. You know, VLC looks a wee bit better than that. But there you go. Pot Player 64.
I downloaded it. Yeah, I downloaded it. I'll give it a go.
Potplayer.global, Potplayer multimedia player support, blah blah blah.
I downloaded one program, but it's a sports analyzing video for analyzing body movements, and it's just like all scientific and weird.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I got an angle on that one. And then what happens? It goes on the bed, does it? It looks like it almost goes into me, doesn't it? Where's it? Is it there? Is the question. It's like come down there and we're in there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we see it after that. Oh, well, let's see. Anyway, before we get on to those new ones, I did actually do some analysis on these other frames. Notice that when it was coming out of the TV, well, I've put some extreme filters on. You can see here it's actually going over the edge of the TV, so it looks to me that it wasn't actually moving up through the TV, which is interesting to know, because a lot of contactees talk about seeing stuff moving around inside TV screens, but I thought mostly that was cathode ray tubes where they use phosphorus and electrons, right? Well, LCD is like millions of little LED diodes, right? And it makes up the pictures. It's a totally different technology. So that's why I thought maybe it could be reflection. But the interesting thing on this one I noticed, I couldn't even see if there's any more to it going downwards here. As you can see, it's so much. So it would blend in with the white. Because it's black and white. If it was colour, we'd probably be able to bring out more details. But because it's black and white, it limits what it can do. So it almost looks like, I don't know, it kind of looks weird. It looks like it almost looks like an alien head, doesn't it? With the little eyes. But it doesn't look like a normal grey. But then I've looked at this again and thought maybe that could be an ear. If this is a head of a spirit, like a partial apparition forming, could that be its head, and that's the eye there, and that's his ear? It's hard to know. It's funny how it's sort of broken up the image here. If we look at the other orbs, there was no breakup here in the whiteness, right? So that was this one here. And we can start to see the pixels and the noise down to this level here. So you can see there is some slight bleed over here. And we didn't see all that other whiteness unless you run through filters. But yeah, it does come along strange, that one. And if we go to the next frame, see, it doesn't even look like a circle, even on that one. But it looks like a nostril here. A nostril and a mouth going downwards. And that's where the ear was. And it kind of looks like an eye there and an eye there. Pareidolia for you. You see what I mean? It looks like a nostril here. But, you know, could it be or not? Because we're dealing with all this noise. All the noise here. So, you know, it's our brain just messing with us. People will probably look at that and probably see other things in it, probably. Go to the next frame. Oh, over there. Yeah. For some reason it went to the other screen. I've got to avoid that button there. Full screen puts it on the first screen. That's kind of crazy. So Jasper's saying here, look up VLC tools, preferences, buttons, hotkeys, single frame, advance. Yeah, I've tried all those. Whenever they do a new build, it always seems to go wrong, you know. It's best to memorize the key, E, but I don't think they've added a frame backwards for it, or it doesn't work. It never works properly. Never has for MP4 containers, or AVC format as they call it, you know, the H.264 and 265. So we'll get back to this. I'll just get it right. Next one. So we looked at that one. Looks like an unhappy demon face. Next one. I shouldn't be laughing because I got sleep in that room. And then this one here, it seems to have not moved in the next frame. Not much anyway. But this one here, I can see still the face. I can see the nostrils here. The mouth has sort of disappeared. And it looks like an eye over here and an eye over here. It still looks like a head to me. And on to the next frame. And this one here, I thought it disappeared, but there is actually a head here. Like it looks like a head. So maybe I should run that one through filters. There's the mouth, there's the nose, and it looks like it's changing form. It looks like a body here now. See that? That's kind of weird. That can't be dust. So let's run that last one. Just open it up. So I didn't get time to do this last time, to analyze it further. I don't know if these ghost shows on TV spend as much time as we do on things. I've actually looked at some of Ghost Adventures claims and debunked them, you know, where they've captured apparitions and it's actually a reflection of themselves in the wall because their camera can actually detect. And I don't know if they're making mistakes or... But when I forward on my analysis to the Ghost Adventures team on Twitter, they've never ever replied. So I started making memes up instead. You know, remember that one where they're doing the stick thing and they're making crazy statements saying, "Oh, it loves you, it's standing on your head," or whatever. You know, I used to get various quotes and made up this little meme of the stick insect having a pee on him. I'm not sure if I've still got it, but it should be on Twitter, buried in the archives anyway. Yeah, that's what's his name? His partner, you know, the one with the bald head. He's this crazy ass. They are entertaining, though. I must admit. If they're entertaining, people will watch them. But yeah, lately it's sort of gone downhill. I used to like ghost shows that tried to do new technology and experiments, and they used to have someone on the team that used to do that. So yeah, copy, paste it into a new image. Did I capture it all though? I might have made it too small. Might have to redo it again, because that one was a more full body one that we were trying to get. And it looks like we got it all. So this one here looks like a skinny head now, but let's see what the filters can do. So we go to Curves Plus. It's got so many functions on this. So we want to change it to hue, but it's not going to do much. It's going to be hard to adjust it. It almost looks like a body and a head there. Might have to try RGB maybe. Now we can see the color range. The CPU's not catching up with me. Too much going on for this little micro. Yeah, it's clogging. That's normally why I do the analysis offline, because I know sometimes... Oh, there we go. So that's sort of extreme filters happening now. And that looks like a person. Full body. Or alien. Could it be an alien? Because I talked about... almost looks like a demon though. Looks like it's got some horns going above it there. God, it looks creepy. Sometimes I wish I never look at it. Now I got to sleep back in that room tonight. So let's just zoom onto that bit only. And copy into a new frame. And there we go. It sort of brought it up. See, that doesn't look like an orb, or two orbs even. It just looks like an apparition, doesn't it? So you got the mouth here. You got the eye sockets, the nose. And it looks like it's got something on its head, like horns. It does. It looks like a Goatman going this way. Let me just draw around it. Now, could that be the guy that committed suicide in our other house that's sort of connected to us for some reason? He loved being with us because we're a great family to be with, you know. We weren't sort of like a crazy goof-on family. We're actually quite normal. But let's... so it looks like it's got... I'll just zoom in. Maybe I can draw zoomed in. Depends on the CPU. Looks like it goes around here. And then comes up there. Then around. Then it looks like it's got something up here. Like that. And something up there. Oh, I told you. It's always hard drawing with a mouse. So that almost looks like horns there. Looks like an eye there. Almost like a goat eye. There it's not defined, but it looks like another eye. It looks like a mouth here. Oh, probably got the drawing pencil too thick. Looks like a couple of nostrils there, doesn't it? But yeah, that looks like a slitty eye there and a fairly big eye there. Does kind of look alien. And then it looks like it goes down here. It looks like a skinny arm, doesn't it? And that goes around there. It looks like a chest. And no way is that an orb. You know. I didn't actually see that last time. I had to look really carefully. I'll save it anyway. But that's what you can do with filters, right? Can really bring out things that you don't see normally. So we'll save it as and untitled. We'll say Goat Beast because that's what it looks like to me. It looks like a goat man, which would explain some of the other experiences I've had in the house in the last, how many years we've been here? Quite a few now. Time flies. I think we come out here in 2005, I think, or 2004. Let's see, when did I come back from Australia? I think it was 2004. We come out here in 2005, I think. And it's now 22, so how many years is that, you know? Time just flies. Every year seems to fly past. So yeah, save that. And move on. Okay. What they think on the side. Keep you safe. Yeah, gold. What do they call it? Gorgoles. What's it actually mean? They had it in Ghost Busters, didn't they? On top of the buildings. It kind of does look like that though. Why is it saying save? I thought I saved it. Actually, I better check. Because I don't want to go through all that again. Because I might want to reference it. I think it saves it back in the roots here. It is clugging a bit, the old computer there. It is there, Goatman. Okay, that's alright. And of course the other ones, where do the other snaps go, which we'll look at now. Goes further out again. So there should be loads of snapshots here. Here we go. So there's that one. Now could that be the Goatman on the move? Is a question. So let's just go through it. Yeah, it's not too bad captures. And we know the last one is here. We don't see anything. So let's which one's that one? It's got 299. Long as it's not 666 on the end. That would be funny, wouldn't it? Timestamp would have a strange number on the end. But anyway, must be that one, is it? 299. I'll bring it up in a minute. I'll just get some memory free here. Come on, close. Why is it not closing? See that one there? We should save that one too. That one's quite good. Should be across there. It's not working. I think it's screwed up. I'll just save that one too. It's a far away shot. Definitely looks like a person. I have to show Mum that one. It'll probably creep her out. She won't go in that room ever again. See what she thinks. Goatman 2 or Goatman 1. So you wouldn't have seen that if we didn't spend the time on it, you know. So we should be able to close that one. That one worked. Why is that one not working? I'm pretty sure I saved it though. Well, saved it again. And that one was the original. So you can see how hard it was to see that. Yeah, Shogun saying you got some company. And the section I'm speaking of is called jump sizes. You may have to adjust the smaller jump size. I'm pretty sure it's set to 1 frame there, Jasper, though. Believe me, I've mucked around with everything on VLC. I've even tried the scripts. You can actually download scripts that control all that, and they don't always work either because, I don't know, it's like they don't test out the functions. They drop out functions of each build, and you find that particular version, the next frame always works perfect, and then you get another build where they fix the problem where some of the videos don't play, but then they screwed up the frame skipping. I think they need to redo the whole frame business, because you got to remember, this is the problem with MP4s, right? It takes the master frame, which they call the iframe, initial frame, and then they create B frames and A frames and all that sort of stuff based on vectors. So anything that moves into the next frame moves in the next frame. They just pretty much cut it out, right, and store that instead of the whole frame, because they don't need the whole frame. So they reference the main frame. So I suppose I could explain it better with a diagram. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. That's strange, so it normally comes up bigger. So what have I done? Yeah, that's gone funny too. Let me just close that down again. New. What's it set to here? See, I don't know why it's set to that. It should be 2080. And 720, isn't it? Let's see if that's right. That's not quite right. I must have it a bit smaller than that normally. So yeah, normally you have like the master frame. So just draw a rectangle. And then anything that moves in that frame, it creates it doesn't store the whole frame. That's how compression works. Instead, it just stores all the bits on the screen that are moving in that frame. And then the next one does the same. You know, it might be that one moves a bit and that one changes a bit. Oh, got it. Haven't got it off. And then that's how it works. And then it creates another frame, a master frame. Generally, that's how compression works without changing the pixels, right? In the old days, they used to lose three pixels in a 4 block, That was called Xvid. You probably remember it. Or AVI container. And they used to call it 263. H263. And that's actually loses data. So yeah, this creates a new frame. So what happens on these space videos where they claim that the hand's passing through wire, basically it loses either some of these blocks, or it loses the reference frame. So yeah, all these blocks are moving around, but it hasn't got a reference frame. It's based on all these being added on top of each other from the previous frame, I guess, and it looks just crazy. Same as that bug one. Remember that bug one on the German TV? People said they tried to edit it out, but I'm not too sure on that. I think maybe it was possibly transmission, because I think we never ever got the source video of the cameraman on that bug one in Germany. Some sort of beetle flying past. I think really someone captured it from a news clip which got corrupted in transmission. You often see it on digital TV artifacts, same thing, and that basically the fly moved and it lost one of these blocks here. So this block here got destroyed of the bug, right? Why is it not working? Is that the right one? There we go. So if we lose that block of data, we've lost a wee bit of information on the movement of that bug across the screen. And it displays this one here. And we only get half a fly, because in that way maybe the body changed angle or whatever and didn't move over this way, right? So all that information there is the same as what on the original background. Means you only get half a fly or a beetle or whatever. So yeah, compression is kind of clever, really, how they can compress so much information. But you can see why now you need really grunty CPUs to be able to process videos into MP4s, right? But playback, they've made it so it's easy to take the master frame and quickly add all these bits on as the frames progress. So you can see why VLC has problems. So if you can go forward, it's got to take account of the reference frame and all the movement things, right? And that's why we couldn't move that the white blob forward, because it's got to sort of buffer that whole segment in its memory, and or a series of frames in its memory, and build it up. So going backwards, it's going to be a lot harder for it to do. So it's going to need a lot of interesting, clever software to go back. It's easy to go forward a frame, but to go back a frame is not so easy. I don't know if I explained that well enough, but you can see it's a complicated subject. So yeah, understanding all different formats out there. Yeah, I forgot to take that off the screen too. Keep doing that. Yes, called Sky Ghouls statues. Yeah. Yeah. I liked when Ghostbusters came out. The music was pretty cool too. But I didn't like the other ones that seemed to come on from that one. It wasn't quite the same. And that Bill Murray guy, he's just hilarious. But the best movie of him, which I actually bought the DVD, is Groundhog Day, because I watched that every couple of years, and it's just a funny movie, and it's so true to life how he starts off as a mean, practical joker, didn't care about anyone apart from himself, and by the end of the movie, he's actually just accepted his fate, that he's stuck in this time loop, and just look for the best in the day, and he gradually learns to play piano and studies all sorts of things, and eventually it wasn't until he meets that girl, right, that he takes along and has a romance with her, and something happens that finally they get out the time loop. It's a great movie if you haven't seen it, but I probably should watch it again. Anyway, better move on. People will be saying what their favourite movie is. There's quite a lot of them actually, really. Why is it doing that though? I'm trying to right click on it. Yes, it opens up in the picture viewer and not paint.net. Is that the right one? Should have gone. Oh, did I close it down? Stupid me. That's alright, start it up again. Okay, that one there, we can't see the orb at all, but let's just run it through some adjustments and maybe it will show up. Is it on top of the sheet or has it disappeared at that stage? Because it should be around about here. Hey Tommy, thanks for joining us. Wee bit late to the show, but you can always wind it back. Paul, I'm getting it, just don't look it up. Okay. Just look up the section. I'm pretty sure you are not on single frame events. It's possible. I probably should reset the configuration and start over again, because it screws up with the revisions, right? Spoiler alerts. Well, I didn't actually say how he gets out the loop. But yeah, it's an old movie now. It's got to be a few years old, isn't it? If no one's actually seen it, then another cool movie to watch is a UK movie called About Time. If you've never seen About Time, go and grab it out, because it will have you laughing your head off. It's about when the guy becomes 21, he's able to time jump by just thinking about it. Something changes in the brain chemistry, and only his only the men in the family line going back generations are able to do it. So the guy decides to use it on a girl he's got the hots for, and it always goes wrong. And he keeps jumping back and back and back and back, and it's not getting anywhere. So in the end he gives up, but gives up until later on. But his father said give him some advice on it and all that sort of stuff. It's hilarious. But anyway, it's probably better than Groundhog Day in my book. So yeah, you can dim that right down, can't we? Still can't see it. And you can actually see the pattern of my quilt now. That actually is the pattern on it. It's got these blue stripes and a flower, a line through it. No, I didn't buy it. Mum bought it. So, but yeah, I normally buy patterns of planets and stars on my sheets and pillowcases. But yeah, Mum's into flowers and strange patterns. But anyway, yeah, I can't see that orb there. Just dimming it down on the brightness. So let's try flip hue. So you can't see the pattern really too well because of so much overexposure, you know. Infrared. I don't know what's with infrared, but infrared Sony sensor, you think it would be able to correct that, but it's almost like third phase, right? Where they overexpose everything so you can't see what it really is. And I think Anthony was going to demonstrate how that camera works. So you can see here, even doing color swap on the different blacks, and we still can't see where that orb disappeared to. And there's no way it would have gone off screen by now. It should be in that pillowcase, but we can't dim that down. So we're not going to get anywhere with that frame. So if it's there, it's there. We don't know. You can see the color spectrum here is really small. Yeah. And that's probably the best we're going to get. Is there anything else in that picture we missed though? Let's just have a look. It's got to be there, I'd say. Well, it's entered me. You often see on the ghost shows, we saw it enter you. It went towards you and disappeared. So yeah, it's possible, I guess.
How did the ghost enter you? Which hole did it go in?
Well,
any hole's a goal. Happy Halloween. You should look at your video footage for Halloween. It's going to be wild. I think it's going to be an orb party in your room, big orb party.
Yeah. So let's have a look. Where was one of those better ones that we had on the wall? Oh, I just closed it down again, have I? That one there. That one's not too bad. You can see it's definitely motion blur though, so we don't know what the real shape of it is. But
see, I don't get that at 1,000 frames per second. I get clear shapes. I get really clear orb shapes at 1,000 frames per second.
Some people would say that there could have been a bug, but I'm not seeing.
If you ran filters on that, wouldn't you be able to see the bug?
You'd be able to see that sort of changing shapes, but it looks like a constant shape there, you know, and it's just changing angle, right? So let's
can you get like a jar of bugs and just like unleash them in your room and see what they look like? Because we need like a baseline, you know, we need like a baseline.
Yeah, probably.
Jasper says I took photo. Jasper
as
says
summer progresses, it might happen.
Jasper says, I took photos of gargoyles about 30 years ago. I wonder if they survived the Great Fire of Notre Dame in Paris.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame about that church though, wasn't it? Was it that one? It was, wasn't it? Okay, let me just load that one up.
Get off the table, I'm busy. Stop with your cat business. You can sit there. Don't bother me.
There we go. So, again, probably not going to be able to get much with the filters. Let's just grab that one again. Still got an RGB. And you can see, again, it's the same sort of base color.
2-3 hours. 2-3 hours.
See that? It almost looks like it's giving off its own light. See, that's a lot different. And then some of the other stuff that we're seeing with the orbs, right? We have to... You can see, even if I dim it right down, it looks like it's giving off its own light. I think this one's definitely different. But again, I think it's got stretched. Yeah, it doesn't look like a bug, you know. We should see wing movement flapping up and down, right? So we should see some bending in the body and stuff like that. But we saw that it simply just changed directions. It almost looks like a UFO. A UFO, a miniature. Could UFOs be little tiny things that we don't see? It's possible. Could be interdimensional, you see. Maybe they start off small and then suddenly expand into the full-size vehicle. That's quite interesting. I'll just muck around a bit with it. It does sort of have like a dumbbell shape to it though, but that could be that it's moved. Rolling shutter would be going left to right. So as it's moving, we've captured the front end of it, and that's the back end of it. So we should actually see a dumbbell effect with motion blur, and that's what we're getting. So really, the object is that elongated oval shape, which again doesn't fit dust, because dust should be. See, what's interesting there is that line up in the corner here. I have to go and check.
My orb photos are similar, where you got the big light, and then when you run filters on it, you can see like a cylindrical shape inside. I'm getting similar sort of orb photos outside.
I have to check to see if there's a spider web up there, because that looks like a line going up here. Kind of strange. Won't be surprised because the bed's in the way there, so less likely to get dusted. Looks like it could be a spider there. Part of a web. I don't know. It's kind of strange. We've got a bit coming down there and a bit going this way and a little dot in the corner. You can only see that with the super zoom. You can see a little dot up there. Could be web, because we enhanced it so much. We inverted the colours pretty much. So let's just reset that again. Do we see a web? No, we see a black line. Could be a web though. And we see less detail now though. Maybe that line had something to do with it. What's that there? What is that there? Is that a top of... Ah, right, that's a box. I'll just see it now. There's a box here that's got some... Remember I did the walk around? It had a box of various bits and pieces of china in it. But yeah, this looks almost like self-illuminated more than the bed covers. And it's not really transparent.
It does a left-hand turn. It does a left-hand turn, then shoots down.
Okay, let's just move on to the next frame. Might be that one. We'll just try. I still find it really interesting, you know, looking at this, even though we should be looking at some of your stuff now. Okay, let's have a look at this one. And clearly it is transparent, right? Oh, on CPU. But again, that could be rolling shutter, because it does look more solid at the end there, and it's caught some of it going this way. Let's see. Let's put the filters on. The old CPU's struggling though. I need to definitely get more than what have we got at the moment? 8 cores. Definitely need more than 8 cores. 12 would be good. It's going to be a while since I can afford that though, but anyway. It definitely looks like it's giving off more light there again, doesn't it? But when, as you can see, it's starting to move this direction, so rolling shutter going this way, and it hasn't formed fully, I don't think, because we've only got part of the object. We're just sticking it on. Oh, yeah. RGB again. See, that's not too bad. We can start to see the pattern on the thing. But yeah, you can see the foot off the bed there in the background. But yeah, again, there's not much we can do with that one. Really, really strange. But anyway, bit of progress on. Have to show Mum some of these though. Probably I should have cut it out really. But on a tablet, you can zoom in with the pinch finger, right? So you can actually bring up the images, and you can zoom in like I was doing there with the PC. I use a thing called glass brick magnifier, but it's not really designed for 2 screens. They haven't tested it well with 2 screens, and they stopped producing it. I think it was free. It's now free. I suppose they're trying to sell it to sight impaired people. So I can't even see me selecting that, but it's a light cyan colour. I might have to dim down the brightness a wee bit on my screen here. Cut it. Stick it back in there. Paste it in that section there for the time being. There we go. Anyway, how do you want to share some of your snapshots for your...
It's bad timing right now. I have to do like Kingdom Dungeons in my computer game with the guild once a week event thing for like an hour. It's sort of bad timing right now. Yeah, because I'm the DPS. I'll have to carry the whole kingdom because I'm the damage dealer. I've got to kill all these dungeon bosses.
Okay. Well, anyone else want to come on and show their stuff? They're quite welcome to. I'll just post... so we can just carry on looking at other stuff.
We'll have to do it another time. Another time for sure. Right now it's just bad timing.
Well, you knew I was going to do it today, though.
Yeah, but like the dungeon times are like Eastern Standard American time. I got to do time conversion once a week, and I always get lost exactly when the time is when I do these time conversions and stuff. Sorry.
Yeah. So 3 for all. So if you click on that link, you can join us here on the side. Is that the right one? Yeah. Oh no. No, that's the right link. Yeah, jit.c. It's actually called Jitsi. They call it Jitsi Meet. So yeah, you don't need to sign up or anything. You can just click on that and jump into the room. What? A card again? It must be a bank card, is it? Feels like a card. It's probably the government left hand doesn't know what the right's doing. We get what we call a community card. It lets us get a few things cheap here and there. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they sent out another one. Yeah, if you're on mobile phone, you need to install the application. Yeah, and there is some dial-up numbers you can call in on regular phone too, from certain countries. Although I think people have tried it recently and it didn't work, because they're always mucking around with the software. Yeah, just install the app and join the room, which is on the end here, OT341. So you just type that into your app and you can join the room. It's a bit like what do you call it, StreamYards, except for its peer-to-peer technology. So if you want to come on and maybe got some ghost orbs that you want us to look at, we were going to actually try and find some regular dust orbs in that video. So we'll just go back to the video again and see if we can actually see any dust orbs that we can take a snapshot of. So that happened probably after I started kicking. And let's see. Can't see any yet. It's pretty dust free, really. Now when I'm kicking the feet, now we should start to see something. You can see how the infrared, as I was blocking off some of the infrared light to the TV screen, how it changed the pixelization of it. Alright, so there should be some orbs floating around. But there's one there. But they're just too small. There's one there. Something fell down there. One going back this way. Who knows, maybe they're all ghosts. They're all flying around since I kicked them off. Now if we got the lamp on, we also got LEDs on, so we've got a mix of regular light and infrared light. So we should be able to see the orb still. There we go. There's the dust one. See the size of it? It's not as big as those other ones. And it's going upwards with the air current. And then something shot down there. And this one went up there, I think. And that looked like a dust orb as well, but hard to know, isn't it? Now that would be where we need to get the dust orb there, probably. So we can then zoom in on it and have a look at how regular shape it is. So where's all the dust gone? Is it progressing? Or have I paused it? And there's that thing at the end. So where's all the other dust? See, I didn't see too much apart from when I paused it last time. That little tiny one. Let's try again. Ah, there we go. There's a bit of dust there, I think. That's so transparent, not like the other one. Let me just step it forward. There you go, you can see the dust moving on that. You can hardly see it. Doesn't compare to that last one. And also the first one. I don't think it's skipping frames though. Oh, it might be. Got some movement still. Come on, give us some dust. Right, you can see dust coming off here, look. And it's moving up with the heat, I guess. I think it's still going. There we go. I just saw a bit of dust then going down. So what goes up must come down though, right? Another thing is that thing in the corner still there? So that's got to be a piece of web. I'm going to have to check that out now. I've seen that. and see if it really is a piece of web. Ah, here we go. See, that one was moving up slowly. And I just missed it. Damn it. Of course, the picture's pixelating because of the light change. You can see how fast that dust is moving. And that one's coming down. And then we see that one come down there.
How do you know it's dust?
We don't know it's dust, but this other one that comes up, that's a round orb, that's definitely dust. There it is there.
That's dust, you think?
So we've got a fast moving one here. Look at that, just one big streak there. Let's see if
It's
I can
moving
get
too fast. That's moving too fast to be dust, the fast one, isn't it?
So you can see here.
Dust's got to move with the wind or the airflow. Or thermal from heat. How a glider flies up into the sky from thermals.
Okay, so is that dust or not? See, it's kind of a regular shape. And now it's fading. Disappeared there.
I'd just like to know I'd like to know how to differentiate dust so that I don't make the mistake when I look at my photos too.
See, that looks like it's more transparent too, doesn't it? It's not sort of that sort of dense whiteness as it's moving across the bed here. Now, where did it disappear there? It seemed to... Then something... Oh, right, it started going downwards. It went up here. Then it went... crashing down for some reason. Maybe there's a vortex of air coming down this way. But let's see. See if any more pop up. I'm just trying to zoom back out a bit. So that's flying upwards really fast. Is it playing? That's a problem when I zoom in. I don't know if it's playing or not. Alright, I think it is. Alright, there's a little dust particle just showing up there. I think we got to the end. So yeah, it's not really much dust in it really. Let's try again. I think you almost need like an infrared mode and a normal mode. So you can record at normal light levels and see if it's giving off its own light. And one on infrared, of course. Now you can set these cameras not to use the infrared, which is not a really good idea. But I could see that you could turn one off to be a regular camera, so you capture normal light, and the other one on infrared. So you really need a 2-camera system. Alright, see that's that one going up. I went up here, and then there was something that come down there. And then you got that one. And then you got that big one that comes down and disappears. I don't know if it's there or not though. Yeah, we just haven't got enough dust on on that one. Really, to compare things. Let's see, we could probably go back to my last show. I think I did have some that had a lot more movement in it. And have a quick look, because I think there was a lot of dust. Oh. Paul's Universe. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to have to start cleaning up some of that download stuff. Alright, so if I go back into yesterday's backup folder, dust. So this one was meant to be dust, but I'm not sure. This one's going to have a lot more activity in it. See, that one almost flickers. That one that was going up here, it looked like it was flickering. Is it my imagination? Oh, it was something that looked like it wasn't moving there. Let me just go back on that. Looked like a circle on the screen on the TV there. I'll have to zoom in more. See, that almost looked like it formed out of nowhere, that one. And that one there, look. There was one that showed up here and then faded away. Is it dust? I don't know. I think it is though. Going upwards. Aha. There's one coming down. And there's one comes down and the other ones go up. Well, I thought we might be able to get something decent off this one, but it's not padding out really well, is it? Oh, there we go. One's zooming past, another one. And a lot of activity there at the very end. Okay, let's move on to the next one. It's going to be more dust, but let's have a look. For some reason I got my leg bent here. Let's, I think I must have the light on, have I? Okay, here's a slow moving one. See how it sort of flickered when it got to the mirror? Let's see if we can catch that one again. Go up. Look at that one. Then it fades all of a sudden. Goes really bright. So that's why it looks like flickering. Okay, and then it disappears again. Is it dust? I really don't know. I think it is. Here we go. Is it still going? It's hard to know. Well, here we go. So it's only shot up there. Ah, look at that one. That was all different shapes in it. Alright, a little pin of light there. See, it's got that regular circle shape, you know. So that other one that formed the dumbbell, I think that was rolling shutter effect, because it's going, wasn't going upwards, it was going left and right. But these ones definitely are keeping their shape. Yeah. I need more dust. Maybe I should... Oh, look at that thing that just fell down there. Oh, look at that one. See, that's dust. Anything that flickers like that's got to be dust, right? And circular. Let's just keep an eye on it. You can see the different...
I think if it's flickering, it's dust, because the dust sparkles in the light, you know?
So that last one at the end there, let's just play that again. I think all that was dust, but I can't be 100% sure. See this one here, slowly moving downwards. Look how regular shape that is, right?
Dust don't make like circles and squares and like cylinders like the orbs are, you know.
See that one there? It was coming down at the very end, was it? Oh no. Let me just go back. This one here. See, it's not a circle. That one's different. Okay, keep on going. Look, see, that's dust. It's sort of... Maybe it's spinning in the air and it just reflects the IR back. So what's dust anyway? Dust is mostly dead skin, isn't it? That comes off our body. Apparently we lose our entire body weight in our life of skin. So if you typically 100 kgs, right? In your lifespan, you're going to lose 100 kgs of skin. It's hard to believe, but it's based on your body mass and all that. So yeah, I wonder if we got some pictures of. Let's just have a look. Actually, that'd be a good search. Close up. Just trying to think of the words to use. Close up of dust particle. If I can see what I'm typing. That's so cool. Here we go. And there's... So it's going to be pollen. And that looks very similar to what I was getting in the video here. So let's just bring up that. So, pollen, is it? Dust particles. Yeah, that's why we sneeze a lot. You can see it's like one of those little prickly balls of daggers all around it. Goes up your nose because you sneeze. Okay, that looks like a skin particle. See, it looks like skin. And that looks like it could be skin, but I don't know. Cosmic dust, okay. Looks like a pellet. So this is dust. According to, see, that looks very similar to those ones we're getting near the mirror. What's that one? Overlay with our dust particles close up. Now some of those are deformed in this one. So I'm not sure where that's taken from though. Oh, here we go, that one's a good one. It's probably artificial. It's probably CGI dust. We want real dust. So that's an electron microscope of dust, is it? Looks kind of horrible. Looks like skin flakes, and that one looks like a wood chip even. Maybe chunks of dirt in the air. So you can see if it's like a chunk of dirt, if it's spinning in the air, hot current, why it would be flickering. So if that was spinning around like an asteroid, infrared light's it's going to get smaller as it spins around and larger when it comes back around. It's got more of a body surface to reflect back at the IR camera, which makes it blink in and out. Let's see. Electron microscope. Probably have to reduce some of the keywords here. Okay, so this is dust particles on electron microscope. And it looks pretty horrible. So we're seeing the pollen one. What's that? Dust mite, is it? Dust detective work. Bits of dead insects floating around that you're breathing in. I don't know, what is it? Could be a dust mite. Maybe you shouldn't look at this, it'll make people go all creepy. So, you talk about aliens. We've definitely got aliens living on us, right? That one there. Look at that. Looks like a little crab. They're dust mites that are feeding on our dead skin. Yeah. So why is one mite bigger than the other? Is that a baby mite? Okay. Yeah, I hate to be... I'm glad I'm a human, not a microscopic creature. Because that looks like a scary world to live in. And we got some more of them. That looks weird, doesn't it? They look like demons. Little demons living on us. Look, that's on a bed. So when you kick it off, so some of those things flying around could actually be clumps of these mites, maybe even. But you wouldn't. They think they'd be too small to be detected, though. Have to be a large clump of them. Probably a few of them on a skin that they're eating floating around, right? And look at this one. It's like a farm of them. It's hard to believe that's living in our guts as well. That's how it helps us break down food and stuff. We are literally a living organism. Yeah, so that's disgusting. But yeah, we just have to live with the fact aliens are all around us. Even down to the microscopic level. And do they think, is the question. Do they communicate with each other? Who knows? I suppose no one's actually done any serious study following dust mites around to see how they interact with each other. So you can see that looks like a close-up of some bed material, like cotton. So yeah, no wonder we get dust. It's everywhere, microscopic. But anyway, it doesn't solve our problem. What is dust in the video? But I think some of these little circle ones are definitely dust. I think 18 Wills was going to bring something to the table, but I think he's not around, is he? He said he had some videos that he could show us. Okay, here's one. Let's see if we can get that one. See, it looks like a small one there. It suddenly disappears. So you can see it fading away as it's changing angle to light. I can see something moving here and something drifting down there all of a sudden. But look at this one here. Now, is that dust or what? Yeah, I think that's dust. Let's coming close to the light probably. Here we go. See, look how perfectly round that is so far. And where's it going to? Oh, there you go. So it's moving towards the camera. So it looked like it faded in and then faded back out. But you can see how...
that's an orb. That's an orb because it's round, not like dust, which is like uneven.
I would say that's dust. Because it is
You reckon
round.
dust is round?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see it's fading in and out. It's probably spinning. So it's changing angle to the infrared. Look at that. Perfectly round. But if you look at my other ones, they didn't look like that. They're sort of long. And it's on the same camera, so why isn't that stretched like the other ones we were looking at? I've got to keep on going. There you go. Look, another one. It looks similar to the last one we saw. Look at that one. So that one's faded, you see. That's got to be dust when it sort of fades away like that. Well, the other ones were less transparent, right? And they looked like they were more solid and given off their own heat, which again the infrared camera picks up as more of a bright white, right? There we go. See how it went towards the camera there? There we go. Look at that one. It's perfectly round at the very end. Let me just grab that one again. There's a bit of activity there. If I can get it on next frame. Here we go. Is it stuck now? It looks like it got stuck. There we go. See, that's perfectly round, I think. That's on the mirror now. Well, it looks like it's on the mirror. No, the CPU's gone crazy. Come on, back you go. Ah! Okay. Does look more round, right? Here we go. See, if you get rid of the motion distortion there, it always keeps that constant shape of roundness. See, it's turning around here. Look at that. Compared to the other one that we saw at the very beginning, it looks identical. So that's got to be dust. And that's it at the end. There's that one dropping down. So it started over again. So let's see if we can pin that one. CPU's gone crazy. Now, let me just stabilize this, zoom in. People are going to get motion sickness. See, that one's moving quite fast, so we're getting motion blur, so we're getting double images. That one's definitely moving real fast. And it's not perfect roundness to it, you see. So that could be something else, that one. And then we've got this blob appearing here. Moving across the mirror, look at this. So that's a dust. See how it's flickering? And it's perfect round. But it might be that the other one was dust. It's just moving so fast for the camera and we're just getting motion blur all the time. So there we go, it's another perfect shape. Dust. And then it goes quiet again. Crazy. Oh, there you go. And then we've got dust flying up there. But it was a perfect round shape. There you go, again. So I think that's dust when it flickers and it's like a perfect orb shape, because why, I don't know. because we saw dust, it was all irregular shapes. Why it would be a perfect round circle all the time is a bit of a mystery. Maybe because it's spinning. And of course the low res. But anyway, I suppose as cameras get better, we might be able to nail it.
You need thermal camera, so you can. Thermal camera wouldn't pick up dust because dust has no heat.
Yeah, because the infrared sends out a beam of infrared and it bounces back off things. That's why it flickers, right?
Yeah, it reflects the dust and stuff. Infrared light reflects off the dust.
That's why it's called active infrared, because it uses LED lights to send out. So what you got is you got passive infrared, which I think is thermal. Let me just bring it up again, just refresh our memory on it. Difference on active infrared and passive. They're the two types you get. Let's see. Active IR centers act as proximity centers, and they are commonly used in obstacle detection systems such as robots. Passive infrared (PIR) sensors only detect infrared radiation and do not emit it from a LED. Okay, so if the camera had no red LEDs on it, that would be a passive one, which I believe would be something similar to night vision, isn't it? Because obviously when you're filming the stars, LEDs are not going to illuminate the stars, so you're actually getting the infrared light from the stars on the sensor. Well, active infrared is what's used on security camera, because they use the LEDs to blast out all the light, and then it bounces back off to the sensor. And that's why dust flickers, because infrared beam is hitting it and it's slowly moving. Obviously, it's going to not be in that same beam of light that's being emitted. It's going to be further along. So I suppose there might be bits in the infrared, that's active infrared, that's going outwards. So it's not going to be uniform. It's going to be like a like a wave. So yeah, it could be something to do with that as well. I suppose when you look at infrared though, it should overlap. Have I got it open? Did I close it? Yeah, when you look at infrared cameras, is it open? It's just running slow. I tell you what, this room's getting hotter too. What are we up to? It's now 27 degrees Celsius in this room.
It's getting hot. It's getting hot here too. Summertime's kicking in.
Yeah, it's definitely getting hotter as the day's progressing. So we want a circle. So you normally have a camera like this, right? And on the outside you have these LED things going around it. Sometimes they have 5 each side or whatever. Click off it. So they might have 5 each side around the camera. It's not letting me do it. Something like that. And then they repeat it around. So you think these would be given off. Let's see, where's a pencil? So you'd think that would give off infrared beam of light, and that one would as well. So there would be some overlap, you know. That one would be crossing over. I'm not sure if you can film that to actually see how it scatters. But yeah, you can see that it might with another 5 around the other side. That it's going to cover a certain distance away from the camera to a certain distance forward as well. But you think where it overlaps, where you got extra light from each of the LEDs at these points here, would be what you'd get for hotspots, right? So it's more saturated. So you'd think if the dust particles are moving through, and when it hits that, it's going to be more illuminated than it is in between. That's my theory anyway, but if the dust is also spinning, so it's like a coin and it's spinning, a coin's going to be a flat side like that. And then as it spins around, you get the full coin face of it, it's spinning around. I wonder if we actually got a simulation of that. Don't save. Shut up. CPU's crazy at the moment.
What does it beep for?
I don't know. That's Windows saying hold your horses. Don't.
You got to go in your Windows settings and turn off notification beeps.
Probably.
That would drive me insane. If my computer did that every time the CPU was clocking, I'd go insane.
Well, it tells me to ease back on it and give it a little time to catch up, but it's kind of handy. Spinning going. You think there'd be emanation, wouldn't you? This is one thing that Google could do better. It could have emanated gifts come up, right? I suppose we lost a few people on the side. Are they just talking amongst themselves? James Webb. I guess these guys want to move on to some UFO stuff, but we can do that. Yeah, so I'm looking at the spinning coins instead of trying to draw one. So if that was spinning around here and you're aiming a infrared beam at it, you're going to get a thin edge come that way. So it's going to reflect less back, and when it spins around, it's going to get brighter and brighter until it's the full size. Then it's going to send back as much of the surface of the coin backwards. And as it spins around again, it's going to fade out again. So if the dust particle is spinning, which I think it would make sense that it was, it's going to be like a coin, and it's going to be reflecting more and less. But that's why it's more transparent too, isn't it? Because not as much light is bouncing back to the sensor anymore, and it looks like it's fading away. But anyway, so we'll move on to other stuff. Let's have a look at other stuff. I think we're done with the ghost stuff for the time being until something new happens. And whether you guys want to join on a live show and actually present some of your stuff, that's alright.
You could do sleeping streams. Put the camera on while you're sleeping, and can you spot the ghost while I'm sleeping?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to torture people with Darth Vader.
A lot of people do sleeping streams, and they sit there and there'll be 5,000 people watching, and the streamer's making $500 an hour. So people can watch them sleeping. Then they invite their girlfriend over. I don't think I'd make $500 an hour unless we're having sex on camera. Girlfriend comes over. Yeah, that's when it starts peaking up. Yeah, right. They have two girls sleeping in the bed, and they sit there. They're making $500 an hour, and people like to lurk. They like to lurk and
yeah.
Voyeurists. What do you call them? Voyeurists? Voyeurism. They like to sit there and watch what other people are doing. Their life is that boring.
Yeah. So was there any videos that we needed to catch up on?
I'm not
That,
streaming myself. I'm sleeping. It's my privacy time. I don't want people to see me sleeping.
no, that's right. Yeah, it's the time
People
for
make
the
money
web.
from it. Good luck to them. Good luck to them.
There's time for the web and time for your own personal space. Now, Nocturnal News did put up some more stuff on NASA, but it's basically talking about the same stuff we already looked at. Stupid crater. We'll just skim over it anyway. Okay, this one here.
That's Tyler's cousin or something.
Yeah, Tyler's cousin. So he's in Texas and Tyler's in Texas and Tyler's in Ohio, right?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
yeah, that's quite difference in distance, right? So basically, it's been going through NASA Apollo images, same as Tyler. I don't think that's a miracle that both of them are both doing NASA, since they're cousins, and Tyler hires them to do stuff. But yeah,
Yeah,
he's
and then
looking at.
Tyler just doesn't overdub.
Yeah, I'm always wondering how much content is produced by others, and Tyler does a voiceover on it. But can't prove anything unless we get access to the computer system. But yeah, it's pointing out little scratches and dust particles on film. Okay, so what's he going to do? So does that look like a UFO to you guys? Common sense here. And what did we find out last time we investigated negatives? That it has 3 layers. One of them is cyan, and that looks like cyan, right? He's obviously just zoomed and brightened it, but you can see it's definitely cyan. So to make up, because they used colour film on the moon, it wasn't just all black and white. Let's just go back. I don't think it was black and white frame. So what's that? That looks like definitely a damaged frame to me. You can see scratches on it. Looks like the negative is peeled away here, right? Looks like it's peeled upwards. So it's possible that they damaged some of them just trying to scan them in. Maybe if you flex it too much, it just peels off, right? It rolls upwards. See, it looks like it's rolled upwards here and bent around. And you got some scratches. Lots of scratches on it, right? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this would be colour film. But it's a bit hard to know if he's mucked around with it. But again, that looks like microscopic peeling happening with the emulsion. It's got some creepy music on it. Oh look, there's a duck in space. That one looks like it's got a fingerprint here. Look, you can see the grooves going up. You said, how would they get fingerprints? Sloppy staff. They didn't really care too much about the rules. But that here proves to me beyond doubt that NASA didn't airbrush out all the damage, right? Or the so-called UFOs, right? They only airbrushed the ones that they were going to commercially sell as posters or make release for the best quality for documentaries and that sort of stuff. They certainly wouldn't have gone down to microscopic levels and airbrushed out all the sort of marks, because what he's done here is he's probably upped the brightness, right? So it shows up all the scratches. If you dim it right down, it'll be perfectly black. But you can see here, obviously that's part of some It's part of the spacecraft, right? And you can see here it looks like it's over the top of the image rather than in the background. So that kind of makes me think that these ones here could be dust. And there could be a piece of lint here. That looks like a fingerprint. Okay, let's just keep on going. Okay, so now we got what looks like a really pixelated moon crater. Right, rocks that are pixelated. So I'm not sure how that's meant to be a UFO. Okay, again that looks like a hair going this way over top, and a hair going this way. It looks like two hairs. Probably got on there because they're using a cleaning cloth and it's microscopic level. You can see how pixelated it is, so it's down at a very fine level, so it's probably just really fine hairs that happened when they cleaned it and scanned it in. This one looks like it's been embossed. But yeah, it could be a crater here, and we do know that they did have lava tubes on the moon, and also had molten meteorite impacts, right? And it would create like rivers of molten rock leading away from various craters around. But he's probably saying that's underground structure or something. Jasper, what's going on? There's a channel I came across yesterday. Shall I name it here on Discord? Yeah, you can put it on Discord. I'll have a look. It's a multi-purpose platform. You'll find the link to Paul's Discord. Yep. Yeah, that's our webpage, but on the webpage is a link to invite to our Discord channel, which I'm not actually monitoring at this stage. I got it muted. If you do join, I won't hear the beeps. Can't see any new messages on Discord there, Jasper, but yeah, you can just name the channel, but and then we'll know what you're talking about, and then you can post a link if you want to. Normally we don't promote channels just in case they're like frauds, you know. But yeah, just keep on going through this. So I don't think he's talking on it, so we'll just mute the sound on that, because it might be copyright. Okay, he's gone back to this one here, which was cyan before. Yeah, I'll give you a few seconds. Okay, this one definitely looks like emulsion pill, right? Certainly doesn't look like a spacecraft. And you're going to find lots of these on every negative under the sun. And they also had little bright specks and streaks on negatives from gamma radiation, I think it was. Interacts with negative of a film, and you end up with these bright specks on it. So we got gamma radiation damage, we got scratches, we got hairs, lint, we got fingerprints damage, where someone's probably taken off their glove, not realised that they've taken it off, and then touch a negative and think, oh crap, I just done it wrong, I better, and they think it's alright, it hasn't done any damage, but over time that oil on the finger will corrode away at the emulsion. So this guy doesn't go through all the negative artifacts that we've talked about in the past, right? You first of all got to understand the material, understand the cameras used and the material they used to capture the images. Bring that forward first before you start looking at the image and you say, well, there's none of these ones we just listed up here. So far I'm not seeing the case here. To me it just looks like regular damage. And he's mixing up ones that don't have damage with high res ones from orbit, which again is low res because we got shadow play here. So is he saying this is like square lines? I guess that's what he's trying to say here. Again, we got no crater name, so we can't go there with a new image. But you can look at these ones here. They look like they're raised up, but they're actually, that's just, again, it's just illusion, right? It's like those 3D buttons that you have on the Windows. Looks like these are angled upwards, look like domes, but they're actually craters and actually going downwards. And here's the shadow, so we know sun's got to be coming this way, isn't it? Let's see.
Those rectangle things have a big shadow on them. They're like, that shadow is so big, those rectangle things would be like very large.
Yeah, but this is an image that they've played around with here.
And the
So shadow's got to be
square.
coming this way, so that means this is got to be high up to cause a shadow there, isn't it? So
They're
we
down in the crater. They're
It's
down in the crater.
down in the crater. I think I remember someone talking about lines like this occurring.
Just the shadows on those are like rectangle too. If they were just like a few rocks, crater rocks in a line, then the shadow wouldn't be rectangle, I don't think.
Well, that would have to be a pile of rocks to cast a shadow that way, right? At the moment, it looks like the way you look at it, it looks like it's a black.
No, it's a bit of a mystery to me. It's got like light bits. It's got like light bits and then dark bits, like light grey and dark grey.
See, this is where it gets confusing. Obviously, we know the sun's got to be over this direction, coming this way, right?
Yeah.
But it looks like the shadow's going that way on this one, right? See that there? It looks like the shadow's going the opposite direction. But that then means it's not actually a sunken in thing, but it's a high rise. So we got these things here that are higher in the crater floor, casting a shadow that way, because that's where the shadows are going. Or it could be photoshopped. You guys remember a lot of these images people mucked around with. They run it through filters and stuff, and you saw how I was mucking around with the extreme filters on the orbs ones, and you could change that quilt to look almost like a 3D hologram. You know, it brought out all the bumps.
The picture expert could analyze the pixels though and not know if it's been photoshopped, the shadows in, or is it legit on the photo.
You could, if you got access to the original image, right? You can run it through various processing. But if you're taking it from a video, we got no way to know if it's been mucked around with.
Yeah.
So that could be explained as a pile of rocks, and they don't even look like squares. If you have a look at the white stuff is going to be that sort of really bright. So you can see on the edge of the crater here where they got the bright rocks. It's going to be like that. You can see here that they're all different sizes, and you can see here it's got little faded bits. So it means that it's not actually all the same height either. So you'd have to think in 3D, is what I'm saying. So let's just draw a picture of that one. And because of the low res, I think it's forming those squares, right? Because of the pixelation of the camera. And you got to remember they're using old camera tech. So to me, it looks like it's going to be. Let's see. It's going to be like a... why is it done that? Damn it. Deselect. It's going to be like that, a pile of rocks like that. If you have a look at it carefully. For some reason it's in a straight... looks like it's in a straight line, but it's not really. So the light, as you can see, it's got bright bits here. Then it dims, and then it's got a bright bit here. Then it dims, and a bright bit there. So if you look at that image here again, really zoomed in, you can be able to see what I'm talking about with the white bits. Let's just go down. Okay, you can see the white bits where it's hot, raised up, right?
Yep.
So it's got to be a pile of rocks, and they're not exactly in a straight line. You can see they've got some curvature there at the end. And you can see the next one along almost looks like a triangle thing. So they're not buildings. It's going to be a pile of rocks, and why they formed that way is kind of a mystery, I must admit. But why would rocks form that way? Well, we're looking at
like
2D.
It's like 6 piles of rocks, and they're all identical length.
I'm not seeing 6 piles of rocks. It looks like random.
There's 5. There's another 2 on the left-hand side. But, like, it's weird how they run symmetrical, and they're the same length and sort of width.
Are you talking about the little round blobs? Or are you talking about the long...
The wrong rectangle. The wrong rectangle. If that's a pile of rock, how are they there?
I don't see 6 of them. What are you saying? It's 5 or 6?
It's 5 of them, because there's another 2 on the other side. And they're like symmetrical. They're side by side. What's the chance of the pile of rocks being the same length and being symmetrical and side by side, and they're like they're on a 90-degree angle to each other?
This one's not a rectangle though. It's going thinner here and fatter at the end here.
That could just be pixelation. That could be pixelation from a faraway photo with you know,
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't think so, because if it was pixelization, it should be constant throughout the thing.
And then you look on the left,
picture.
The circle, big circle on the left-hand side. There's another 2 pile of rocks, and they're the same length as the pile of rocks on the circle on the right-hand side. They're all the same length. They're all the same length.
You could say that, like, maybe
if there were piles of rocks, one would be slightly longer, one would be slightly shorter, one would be slightly thicker, one would be slightly thinner. It would be variation.
I think we probably have to go to a newer high-res image of the moon and actually see if we can actually find these to see what it actually looks like. Because I reckon a lot of it is approximation because of the pixels, and just looking at the craters there, you know, just look how pixelated. And I think it's been mucked around with, because this doesn't look... This one looks like it's been enhanced in some way to bring out those rocks and the shadows, and... I think we have to look at other moon craters with rocks in it, really, just to get bearings on that. But I can't see why that's buildings. It rules out buildings because of the peaks. But you could say maybe there was some sort of digging happening where they're piling up the rocks. But then why would they only do a section and then move along and do another section? See, the thing is, a lot of people have said that maybe we've been up there all along mining it for gold and other stuff, because it's got more gold than Earth apparently. But
it's possible. Like, they just, we know, we haven't gone back to the moon in 70 years, but they just didn't tell us. It's possible.
Yes, so it'd be like using a dredge on a crater, right? And it creates these perfectly mounds of dirt in a row. So if you look at a dredge, kind of does look like a dredge, I must admit. But I think a lot of it's going to be pixelization and mucking around with filters. But if you look at a dredge, and if we can get some pictures of one. It normally has a bit for scooping up gold at the front, and at the end it piles up all the rocks. And it floats on water, right? But I'm just trying to find one that makes these mounds of dirt after it. Haven't come across one that looks what we're after. Oh god, I didn't think it's going to be
we can't prove it's buildings, but it's sort of hard to prove that they're rocks because they're all like the same size, the symmetry, the same length.
On that image there,
weird.
but I think
It was a little bit
we need
weird.
to know that location and see what the newer image reveal, whether it is just happens to be a pile of rocks in a straight line.
Oh, NASA would have photoshopped out the new image. It would have photoshopped out the new image for sure.
How come they didn't Photoshop that one? Oh, here's one. Is that the dredge?
They didn't think people would think it was buildings. I don't know.
Just trying to find where it leads the pole. The thing. You can see here it's great.
NASA had that photo on their website, then they deleted it. They deleted it offline. You can't find that photo online anymore. Why did they delete it offline for?
So it's creating these mounds after it. So as it moves along, it creates these mounds, which looks like that in the moon crater, right? And then it'll form another mound, another mound, another mound. That's what it looked like in the photograph. But we haven't got one that's got all these mounds in a row. I was hoping there was going to be one. Didn't realise there were so many photographs of dredges.
It could be a mining dredge. I don't know.
Mounds of
Bit of a mystery. It's a bit of a mystery to me. I can't say it's one or the other.
I just can't find an image. This is crazy. That it does form these mounds of dirt in a line.
Beep, 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 beep. CPU can't handle all the multitasking.
Molds, mounds. That's not here spelled there. Look, mounds. That's still not going to give us.
Jasper's asking you a question. There's a channel I came across yesterday. Shall I name it here or via Discord?
Yeah, it's worth it, Paul. I've put a lot of work into it. Yeah, I thought I could find a realistic photograph of a dredge. But it creates these mounds after it as it moves along, right? Which is similar to what we're seeing top down. If we saw it from air, right? It's looking straight down. So it's going to create these mounds of dirt as it moves along, and then it comes back the other direction, creating these mounds of dirt in the other direction, and gradually moves along. Eventually, it's creating a bigger hole to move into, while it's filling up the lake or water pond the other side, and so it's forever moving through the land, and just chewing up the land, right? And then eventually new growth happens, right? They normally bring a bulldozer in and level these things off, and put some new topsoil on or whatever, and plant some trees and stuff, and they bring it back into a new wilderness area while they've taken out the gold. So people say that the miners are damaging the environment, but they actually are meant to repair the land after, and it creates a new habitat. In 10 years time you wouldn't think there were mine in there, because the trees are growing and the shrubs and the birds and insects all come back. But yeah, I'll just catch up with what Jazz was saying. Yeah, it's worth it. Put up a lot of work into it. What are you talking about? Have I missed something? To be honest, the first one looks quite off the rocker as well. Which one? Are you talking about on this website here? Not MrMBB333. We know he's a bit of a fraud. Actually, two channels.
MVB. Isn't that the guy that went off at you in Cambian's channel?
No, that's DB Cooper.
DB Cooper. I got the names wrong.
Yeah.
DB Cooper. He was a bit angry. He was a bit of a negative person.
I look down Discord now. Okay.
I guess when you get stuck in a rabbit hole, some people get angry, you know, because they're shocked when they hear the truth. They've been
Okay, got
believing lies for so long.
Got Shogun on lobby.
Mr. DB Cooper 77 Shogun. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you want me to look at. I'm confused. To be honest, the first one looks quite off the rocker. So which is the first one? This one here? I think that's. I thought you were talking about the pictures we were looking at. Let's just bring it up then. Got to remember what screen I'm on. And we're carried back with Nocturnal News stuff. This thing is, when you first look at what people are producing, right? You haven't actually had time to go off and see if you can find out the picture name, find out if there's a location information associated with it, because NASA normally tells you on a lot of their photos what they photographed, like crater.
Shogun says I was looking at the web proving no Big Bang. I think the web is going to prove a lot of theories incorrect. We were going to have to go back to the drawing board and start again.
Yeah. So what do you want me to look at exactly though on those channels? Video proven no Big Bang. Yeah, I've talked about the Big Bang before, which I don't believe in the theory. But I can't see anything on the Big Bang here. So what do you want? So what's this channel called? Just Planet. Looks like it's got a little shorts here, which sometimes don't play properly.
Oh, Bruce says also got a new UFO video. There's UFOs taking off around the corner from his house. He drove down the road to see where they took off from, and there's a biolab there or something. It's funny. It's a good one.
Yeah, these shorts don't play for some reason. Probably because I've got the shield on. But yeah, the short videos always have problems with. This one. Yeah, I just don't know what he wants us to look at. Okay, so what's crazy about that? That looks like, what we get on the Earth there with layers of rock, volcanic rock. So obviously this is on our planet, is it? Or is it on Mars or what? So what's this come up here? Ambient mode.
I think it's on Mars.
Alright, he's zooming in. So how big are we going to be looking at something? Yeah, it's just got music. So yeah, I'm not sure what you want me to look at. First of all, we need to know what we're looking at. Is it Mars? Is it Earth? Mars, okay, Mars. A lot of the features though does look like they had ice or water on at some stage. That's for sure. That's why they sent the rover there anyway, to see if they can find any evidence of it, right? Scroll down a wee bit. Watches. Okay. Let's go back. Wee bit. Whereabouts? Big Bang, you reckon? Mars again. Mars latest 4K video. Mars latest. You know, you just don't have to muck around with it anyway. Just have a look at that one, maybe. I don't know. Okay, it's like on widescreen here. Because it's 4K, so it's going to be wider than it is downwards. Yeah, so he's zooming down to small size here by the looks of it. So yeah, it just looks like brittle rock so far and sand to me though. Like you get from volcanoes, you know, you get the sandy beaches around islands, you get this flaky rock.
This Mars Pareidolia.
Yeah, and of course you get the straight line effect because these type of rocks break off like crystals, right? And they create straight edges. But yeah, we can look at.
I can see so many things from shadows and Pareidolia. It's not funny. I can see a rabbit over there. There's another rabbit. There's two rabbits.
So what's this one here? That almost looks like strangeness. So where's he getting that from? Does he zoom into it? Because that would see he cuts into something here. So is that drilling cores from the rover or what? I don't know what we're looking at here, you see. Spirals. Yeah, so where's he got that from? So it kind of looks like drill bits off the rover that's broke off or whatever. I don't know, it could be anything like that. Now it kind of looks like a dolphin on a stick. I don't know. Does he actually explain it? No, just music. So he's leaving it to imagination. It could even be filmed on Earth, as we know. But I suppose he's trying to say that's fossils, but it's taken out of context, you know. If he zoomed into it, and we didn't see him zoom into it. Could be when they draw cores going downwards, that's what they spit out the top next to the rover. See, that kind of looks like the impression you get from a drilling bit where it stamps it down, right? But I can see how people could say that was also a fossil of a sea creature, but it's taken out of context. We've had that stuff before where people have said it's fossils, and it turns out to be an imprint from the rover, some tool they're using on the rover, rover imprint tool, and we've covered these in the past, right? Secure teams used them, third phases used them. I'm not sure if I can actually nail it down. The images. And you can see they've got lots of instruments on there. The wheels leave tracks, obviously. The drill would leave definitely marks. Let's see, fossils, Mars Rover. Let's see what comes up with that one.
What are the tracks on the wheels?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the famous one, which is an imprint from one of the tools they use. Let's try to find it again. You could spend your whole life going through all these images. So wasn't that one of these ones where they broke open the rock and it had these little tube things in it, which suggests that it was micro organisms like worms living inside the rock that had been fossilized, and there was only one NASA guy that claimed it was fossilized life form, and other people were debating it, saying yeah, it could be from the heating process and the crystallization and all that sort of business. Yeah, where's the imprint? You think I'd better find it again. Maybe it's called COG. Let's see, Mars COG. Let's see. Proof that aliens were on there. No, proves that man was on there. No, it was like that, but how come it hasn't come up? Mars COG Rover, maybe. I'm not going to be able to find it, am I? Probably have to type it on a conspiracy site. Mars COG Rover anomalies, maybe. Come on, bring it to us. Yeah, there's going to be a load of these. There's a frog! Fossilized frog. Rock. Yeah, where's that dang cog? So, this part of the landing pad, is it? On the rover? Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Turtle, is it? No, I'm not seeing it anymore. What else would they call it though? Beats me, but you know what I'm talking about. So there's an impression, like a cog, half cog in the saw. I might be able to find it on Twitter. Probably UFO Interest has got a few of those ones up. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's what you want me to look at. Mars COG. We could type UFO Interest, see what comes up, I guess. He's bound to have it. That's why you should subscribe to him. Let's see if it comes up. Nope. Okay. Just try it. Mars then. Having the right keywords is the key. Okay, so Secure Team did this one. And that's Google Earth error in topology data. Trying to map the image with topology. And they got these little glitches that create these huge towers on the map, which are artificial. But that's not what we're after. We're talking about dust on the lens. What else is that one? What they're saying that one is... There's probably a bit of the debris from the lander. It kind of looks like a human-made part, doesn't it? Hey, what is this object on Mars? Raw image. Proof of ancient aliens? Nope, it's a drill bit. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. You know, they leave bits and pieces behind, especially if it breaks. There's no point in taking it along with them. Snaps off. You know, drilling always have problems when they're drilling. So you can see a lot of square edges on the rocks as well. Piece of rock seems to be a little different. I don't think so. But anyway, oh yeah, we've been through that 2-foot doorway. Miniature aliens on Mars. What else we got? The bird. Let's play that one. No, he's taking the mickey. According to known hoaxes, promoters, Curiosity Rover captures something in the skies. Yeah, he's being a bit funny. Okay, okay, so we talked about these streaks before. Remember that tree one we did?
Yeah.
Gabber? There's some. Yeah, these are streaks running down. Because it had CO2 ice underground that heats up and then it explodes outwards with the darker layer soil, and then it runs down the slope of the dune, which you can't tell because we're looking straight down on it. And so that's what security did, according to this post here. So again, zero research, just feeding that it's a shadow of a cigar UFO in the sky, because that's what he was saying, right? Shadow of alien satellites. When
They
we
really
know
they make me laugh. They really make
you know
me
what CO2 is though when it's frozen? It's called dry ice. And you know what that is? You can put it in a bucket and it gradually heats up and it evaporates, and you use it in like disco clubs and movies and stuff.
Yep.
So, busted again, security.
They just fabricate whatever they can stretch the truth, whatever they can speculate beyond reasonable thought. They just take the ball and they run with it.
Like I said, Scott looks at these ones normally. Strange UFO taken on Mars. I think there was a speck of dust on one of the lenses, because the rover has stereo eyes, so they can drive it around. So they put on VR goggles, because if you drove it around with one camera, you're going to go down into a big crevasse, right? Because it doesn't look like crevasse when it's 2D. So what happens is when the wheels get stuck, they spin around, and they like most things that are in the mud or whatever, in the sand, splits it up, and some of it ends up on the camera. But yeah, I'm just trying to find that drill bit one. This one here was recently on what do you call it? The Proof Is Out There show. And they had some experts look at it. One guy said it was just known geology, and that at the end here is actually a pile of sand that built up through over millions of years through wind gusts, right? And it looks like a flying saucer edge. What did Scott say it was?
Oh, that's the one where they think it's a crash disk.
Folding layers may have been due to the weight of the overlying sediments. So he's saying it's natural formation of sand and rocks, right? The experts said that couldn't be a UFO crash because it's too long for that distance.
How long's the distance?
Well, you take if the UFO crashed here, it would bounce, right? It would bounce upwards and then come back down and dig in, right? So you'd expect there to be a line here and then a blankness here and then more of a line as it's scraping into the.
It would have a different trail.
Yeah, that's what the experts said on.
It wouldn't go straight in. It would bounce. It would bounce along as it bounce.
Yeah, yeah.
There's no bouncing along like an aeroplane or whatever crashes. They always bounce and break apart.
Yeah. To make a drag line that long, though, imagine the energy to keep that thing moving, though.
UFOs do go like very fast. It's possible.
Yeah, but then you'd expect them to shatter into millions of pieces like the Roswell thing.
Depends. Maybe some UFOs are built with like exotic metals that are like super tough.
Okay, this is another a strange geo feature. This picture has nothing to do with Mars. The image showing a drinoid fossils on Earth. Someone tried to compare it. Someone tried to compare it to those alleged Martian tubes, also known as glass worm, debunked here. Okay, so someone's comparing it to something on Earth. And he said go there and have a look for the other glass tubes. Right.
We can guess what a lot of this stuff is, but we can't tell for sure until we go there and have a look. Go right up to it. You got to go right up to it and have a look.
Okay, there's one that looks like that flying saucer here, right? See that? It's got the same sort of circular things having in. I think these are the ones they call glass tubes. Glassy appearance of the worm, yeah. So what they say, someone that's a geologist would know a lot more than I would, though.
Yeah.
I think that is the case here. I look at the image, played with it just a bit in Photoshop. I made the image red and changed the contrast a little. Suddenly, the glassy appearance is gone, and it looks more like what is really is a long winding channel with ridges. This is in itself shows the interpretation of glassiness. So what they saying it is just mucking around in filters.
You can see how it zigzags. The lava zigzags and like makes a glass tube.
Yeah, and plus he's put it through color corrections and stuff like that. Yeah, so really, to prove that beyond doubt, like you say, you'd have to go there and explore it, and that will happen. Maybe not in our lifetime, I don't know, but I don't think it's related to aliens. It's a nice idea if you could prove there was alien life there, but you think with the rover, at least they're about to have some idea before they even land on there with humans.
They can guess. They can guess next best idea, but
I might have to try a different search.
Get pretty close.
Might have to try rover tool, maybe. Let's see. There we go. Is this the one? Lizard on Mars. No, that's not that one. Guess who it is? Scott C. Warren. We know he's like the top 3 fraud producer.
Top 3 fraud producer. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I think a lot of these anomaly ones did come from him. Is that the one with the drill bit? According to Scott C. Warren, this is a lizard. Okay, that's still the lizard. Now what they're saying, found on Curiosity, it's a dust removal tool. Okay, so how do we see that a bit better? A lizard. Where's the lizard? I don't see a lizard. Right, see, it's got little like whiskers on the end of the tool bit here to knock off the little dust particles, spins around. Right, so he's looking at that, seeing a lizard. And when you actually get a picture of the actual rover parts, that's what it looks like. Looks like something from your razor. Okay, a lizard. Okay, Scott, that's a pretty bad shill job there. Let's go back. Is that all of them? Okay, Mars. Cog. Let's try Cog. Nothing. Impression. It's hard to know what keywords because Twitter only allows certain amount of words per comment. What do we got here? Some debunks about the video, real or fake. Artist impression of light in or clouds. Okay, we don't want that one. No. Impression. I'm not sure what else to type. Should be obvious. Searches rover. Did we try all tools before? Tool. Lizard. That's all we got. Damn it. Cool. You think I better find it? No. Rover. I'm not sure what else to try for keywords. Could that be the one? Nope. Okay, what do we got here? Did the rover curiously find an artifact bottle? Okay, I can see a bottle. Again, Scott C. Warren again. Do you remember the spoon?
These people are funny.
Ah, right. So what he's done is he's mucked around it. So you can see it curves around, and he's mucked around it in the editor.
Oh my lord, the Pareidolia.
Yeah, he's overlaid a bottle over the image, and he's got it rotating, right? And you can see it like it's like one of these rocks that's buried with dirt. But that's not what we're after. We're after that cog one.
What are these people doing?
Cool on Mars. Okay, we've got something here, which is going to be, again, dust on the lens, isn't it? Okay, this one looks interesting. Here's the latest Martian stuff shared by Conspiracy. Test hole on the stone by the rover. Piece of metal lost by the rover. Sign of ancient civilizations on Mars. So what's the answer?
The rover was drinking beer. That's the answer.
Yeah. So what was the answer to it though? Probably it looks like a drill hole, doesn't it? Like they drilled a stone. Anyway, looks like I'm not going to be able to find it. I'm pretty sure you guys remember me covering it a long time ago. Okay, so that's the tracks from the wheel, right? The wheel's got these little ridges in. They're trying to say it's footprints of a man walking around. Well, the moon shoes did have similar tread as the rover tread has, I suppose. But yeah, I just can't pin it. The other one, which is a real classic one. What have we got? A miniature dog or something here. What's that one meant to be? Some hoaxes turn Martian Pareidolia into an odd animal. Yeah, it kind of looks like a little dog or something. Ah, here we go. Here it is. I found it. Ancient Irish cross carved into Mars rock caught by the rover. Another hoax by UFO Vinny 2012. So that's a hoax channel, guys. And here's the drill bits. And when they push it down onto the sill, we can see it's a screw head. And when they zoom in, there's the screw head. And they're saying that's evidence of ancient cog. And you can see it's just a Phillips head.
Yeah.
As it's rotated around. Is that the correct screw head though? I don't think it's that one. I think it's one of these other ones because they're on a slightly different angle. Looks closer to that one there underneath. That one there, I would say. But anyway, what's he got here? Close up of that one. So I think he's chosen the wrong screw head here. But that's alright. He's in the right direction. Certainly done more investigation than the hoaxers have. But you probably remember seeing that one going back at least 6 years, I think it is it? 2014, even before I started my channel. So it's been around for a long time. And people colorized it and all sorts of things. But anyway, yeah, we did find it eventually on Scott's page. There you go. And there's probably a lot more like it. That's caused by the rover itself. So here, I don't know what's going on. I haven't seen that one ever before. But anyway, is that what you were after, Jasper? Let's see. I got a few comments here. I looked down Discord. To be honest, the first one looks quite off the rocker. Yep, it's worth it, Paul. I was looking at web proven no Big Bang. And also positive life on Centaur. The other one is just called Planets. The universe isn't expanding as previously thought. Yeah, I think that a lot of the theory on the Big Bang is going to have to be rewritten. And what we're observing from Earth,
Einstein's theory too, because James Webb just measured an object going 5 times or seven times the speed of light. Measured it.
How long ago did they post that article?
That was like a week ago.
Oh, I must have missed it. Yeah, it's not the first time. Hubble also caught the same. Remember?
I thought I posted it. I thought I posted the link in your channel.
I don't remember seeing it.
Might be.
If you got it handy, we'll post it up now because that's kind of interesting.
Yep, I'll find it for
down.
you. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'll find it for you.
So this is what we do on live streams, though. We don't have to. You don't have to follow my narrative if it's like not pre-programmed, right? We sort of go with the flow, and we look at stuff together. Because I'm pretty sure people like to live and learn. We all learn as we research this stuff. And then we realise how easy that even ourselves can be fooled by stuff, or fooled by other people. You always got to question everything. It's like,
I found an old article in newscientist.com from 2017, almost 5 times faster than the speed of light.
Yeah.
It was measured by the Hubble telescope.
That's right. I remember that years ago.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the new article.
Yeah, these do represent fossils, I agree. Could you pick any fun now? Each one looks crazy. Yeah, we just don't know where he's getting that information from. Remember, he just skimmed onto us. This looks like it could be something on a Earth beach line.
James Webb.
Has anyone questioned what he's posting up here? He's got comments turned off, so that's a red flag straight away when the comments are turned off. Anyone that turns off comments are generally flat earthers. People that don't believe space exists. People that don't,
Pareidolia promoters.
yeah, all those type of people always turn off the comments because they know they're going to be slammed. So this guy's probably faked this. He's mixed in some of the rover stuff, and then back to the. So he hasn't zoomed in, saying, "Oh, look at this here." And again, it could have been something that the rover ejected. So suddenly, what's he done here? Let's just have a look. Panning out. He's doing some sleight of hand editing, is what I call it. Not sleight of hand magic, but this is
First images from the James Webb Telescope. The light has created the images traveling at a speed of 4.5 times the speed.
So I'm surprised he hasn't zoomed onto that, because straight away I'm seeing Pareidolia there. This one here looks like a President Lincoln's head or something like that. See that there? So that looks like a human face to me. On the side, right? You got the nose, eyes, and the hairline. So why is he not focusing on that? You see that? It looks like a hairline. Eyes, a nose, ear.
Scientists spotted something that appeared to be moving 7 times the speed of light. I'll post a link.
See that background there doesn't look like Mars now.
Links in the chat.
That looks like somewhere on Earth. Let's just keep on going with that. This guy's obviously faking it. Yeah, so now we got that, which looks like a real close up of the soil, and that's part of the rover's equipment here, probably drill bit or whatever. So what's crazy about that one? So we're looking down at rock level, sand and the type of rock that you get from volcanoes and meteorites, heated glass type rock. I forget the name of it now. Starts with S, I think. But you know what I mean. I've talked about it before. Anyway, this site's a load of rubbish, and I suspect he's been mixing in stuff from not from Mars but other places. So yeah, it looks like a really new channel. Of course, he'll probably grow to be a lot bigger than me in 1 year. He's only got 228 subs, but he'll end up being like 100,000 within a year probably because of all this garbage he's putting up. But yeah, and MrMBB, he's the same. We've debunked lots of his ones, from aeroplanes to cloud formations. What's the last one for MrMBB that we looked at? But yeah, debunking the Big Bang shouldn't be too hard because I've covered it in past live streams. I was just trying to find that information about the element that's missing in the universe. Because if all the elements were made from within stars, the isotopes are also made in stars, right? And they decay over time. If they're radioactive, they break down into other substances. So there should be certain amounts of elements in the universe that proves that Big Bang is real, because it started at this so many billion years ago, and was it almost 14 billion, and over time they should do half decay on the various elements. There should be a certain amount they can find in the universe with spectroanalysis, and one of them was cesium or something similar to that, like 137 or 139, or half of it's missing, right? So it puts holes in their theory that everything started off with hydrogen that formed all the other elements. as it fused together into a massive sun, and then broke it down into helium and then all the other elements, and then it explodes and then it ejects it and then they form planets. It's all theories, right? We still don't even know if that's true, unless you're going to film it, but it probably goes over millions of years, where a sun breaks down, explodes, then starts forming a solar system around it and a new sun or whatever. We haven't caught that on camera. But yeah, MrMBB we won't bother with. But if you search my playlist, you can find a playlist of all the ones that I've bookmarked that you can go back and have a watch. Don't you see those effing channels thumbnails? No offense, but I'm getting old with you today. I'm not sure what you mean. It's hard to see the thumbnails because they were all too small. I think I might need to put on that. So how am I meant to see that? I have to zoom right in. Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about MrMBB or this one? That's the best I can do, and then I haven't got scroll. So yeah, it just looks like rocks. Alright, he circled the head this time. Mars Rover captures signs of life. So he circled the head on that one. Life is seen on the surface. Okay, so that looks like an edge of a range. And that's probably some crazy crater that's sort of eroded over time. And it looks like it's three-dimensional because I mucked around with the colours. It's probably actually dipped inwards, right? It's not raised up like that. They've mucked around with it. Okay, that one there. We know they do get these type of rocks that do waste a weight on nothing. So that could actually be one of those volcanic type rocks that sort of erodes over millions of years. And we get these ones on Earth like that, where they look like spines sticking up. That one there. Whether he's going to zoom in on it. I'm supposed to get wind speeds that are crazy on the Mars. 100 to 200 kilometers an hour. I suppose they would have to keep an eye on the wind with the rover and actually try and aim it next to a cliff side when it's got a storm approaching. But yeah, where is that thing he zooms into? It's probably very small. It's probably crystallized rock that's sort of broken away, See, that looks like nothing abnormal there. Okay, so what's this here? Looks like a test pattern that they have on the rover that they pop up just to calibrate it. That's what it looks like, and I'm not sure what that was next to it though. Could be used for a measurement device, I guess. How many blocks is it? Again, it's taken out of context, and we don't know if it's a mix of images from all over. It's either. Oh look, it looks like a dragon. Or kitty cat coming out the ground. Well. And of course you're talking about really small rocks here. Where's the crystallized shape one he had on the thumbnail, you see? Did I miss it? He certainly didn't spend long on it, if that's the case. But I didn't see it in that footage. Saw other things. But where's that one that looks like a spine? I think there might be fake thumbnails that have been edited then. So where's the proof? That's just a nothing burger site, that's for sure. Credits NASA. Right. No, it's not there, is it? Is it there? No, we went through that one. So that thumbnail didn't match anything in the video. And that's why he's got comments turned off. Clickbait, you know. I'm not sure what else you want us to do on that site. It seems like a waste of time. Oh. What's happened? I grabbed my control panel on the other window somehow. That's weird. Let me just fix that up again. Yeah, so his images are not matching. I bet if we look at that one that looks like a 3D cog, I bet it's not in the image, but I'm not going to waste any more time on that site. So that image there, that thumb, was not visible. Was it? See if you can find it if you want, but I don't waste any more time on it. Mars Rover captured moving footage. Yeah, I bet it's not even in the image. Okay, let's just go on it. One more. Liar, pants on fire. I suppose this one's going to have it though. Are we even sure it's on Mars? Because I know they did actually do some test runs with the camera in one of the deserts. Arizona, was it? Probably come across the old car park in the desert, right? So are we actually looking at Mars, or are we looking at the test runs that they did with the rovers? We don't know what this guy's up to. But where's that thing that looks like a load of car parts? Always got to question everything we see, because people are just trying to make money off, obviously, ads in this case, but I've got ad blocker on, so he doesn't make anything for me apart from view count. Okay, so far it looks just like a normal rock formation, sand, and there's going down, is he? So we're closer to the rover, where you might get impressions what the rover left behind. Okay, we got a bit of the rover here again, have we? Looks like a 20-gallon drum there. Yeah, I don't know what we're looking at here. That's on the rover. That's really strange, but yeah, it could be explained. We have to do a lot more research on that image. Again, this thumbnail doesn't have anything. Okay, Again, it looks like a river, but again, have they mucked around with it? This guy is just playing tricks. It's probably Arizona with a little stream, is it? He's just colorized it to look like Mars. Well, I haven't seen any of those car parts. I knew it'd be a waste of time. Something like this should be banned off YouTube, really, though. And I suppose he's playing music. See, this shouldn't be allowed. I suppose Google doesn't care. As long as they put ads on something and make money from it, they don't care. So that one in the thumbnail is not there, guys. It's definitely not there. We've been duped. Even security wouldn't even use that. I guarantee it. Wouldn't take stuff from this site. So where did he get that from? Is the question. So a good, clever Photoshop, obviously. See, that's what that should be banned there, right? That's what you call clickbait image. That's not actually in the video. But what is it? What could it be if it's faked? What does it look like to you? Looks like rotor. Looks like an old plane crash. It looks like something would be from. Looks like the prop of a prop plane, right? Looks like you've got the spokes right coming out. See, it does look like a man-made part, doesn't it? Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blades coming off something there. So could it be some sort of industrial fan? Looks like something they'd probably use on a dredge or mining site. What do you reckon it is? Because it's definitely not on Mars.
Looks like a beehive.
Beehive? No. It looks like metal objects, but I can't zoom enough into it.
Looks like industrial objects, and they just photoshopped them all together.
That's exactly what it looks like. So.
Because the objects are a different tone to the color of the Mars background. You see how the rocks are a different color tone?
Rotor.
It's like a different color tone to the rocks in the background of the Mars photo.
It kind of looks a bit like.
It looks like it's photoshopped to me because the color tone, the shadows are out of place.
I need to get a picture of an engine. Plane rotor. Engine. Kind of looks like a really old time, big, huge plane rotor. What's left of it? You know, one of these things here.
Doesn't it?
Something's getting crazy. I've lost. Right, there we go. I lost magnifier.
Do a tiny eye. Do what Jasper says. Do a tiny eye reverse image.
Yeah. Do we need to though?
But it looks a lot like that, like a rotary turbo rotary prop airplane engine.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't think I posted up what today's show was about. I'll just do that now because I keep forgetting. Should be at the start though. And I didn't pin my website link on. I'll just post my website link up. Yeah, I'm probably the only channel that doesn't get donations as well, you probably noticed. And everyone's saying, this channel exists on your donations. Well, that's not true. They would still exist without your donations, like I do. As long as you got a second income. Pin. Why is it not coming up? Pin. I doubt it's something crazy going on here with the CPU at the moment. Oh yeah, so I meant to put that up there to the website. So it looks like it's something like this here, but it looks like something off one of those steamships, you know. That's what it could be.
Something industrial. Or
It looks like something off one of those
industrial engine or generator or something.
I think it's like it's like something like this, but it's off one of these old ancient steamships rather than a prop plane like that. But yeah, it does look like that. If we had if we could separate the thumbnail from the image on Google, which we can't do because there's no such thing as right click save original image. We'll probably only get a little tiny thumbnail. I wonder if it takes it from the scrolling thing too. I'm not sure. Let's try it anyway. Let's see if it takes it from the thumbnail. We better zoom into it then. I don't think you'll find it in through reverse image search, because if it's Photoshop, he's overlaid it in several ways here. So it would be totally unique. But yeah, if it's on Mars, it should be searchable, shouldn't it? So have we got it or not? Got something. Oh look, it's taken it from the video plane. So you can't even right click on it to get the thumbnail because it's going to start playing it. What's happened now? It's changed my view.
You have to go to videos, look at the thumbnail, zoom in from your web browser to grab an image from it.
Yeah, it's not working. Yeah, as soon as I click on that, I want to delete the sucker, but it keeps wanting to go to edit. It's like I got a key stuck down or something.
Jasper says move on.
Yeah,
it looks like Photoshop to me. It's off tone color. It's off tone color. Where's the light reflecting off it? The light's hitting the sand and the rocks, but not hitting that. It's all off tone color. It's just garbage.
This is probably the only way I can do it. I'm not sure if that stuffed up the stream or not, but I had to use Windows Screen Snapshot to do it. And how do I save it? Oh, now I'm in trouble.
Rip.
Go and click the wrong thing. Yeah, it's not letting me save. Oh, right now it is. I tell you, this CPU is pissing me off. Hey, I only got a little. Yeah, it's just not powerful enough for what we need to do for a live show.
Not when you're multitasking like this.
No,
Rules your CPU.
It's not powerful enough, and of course it's getting really hot in here, and
you need like 32 gigs of RAM so you can open up 50 browser windows, and you know.
Yeah, I need maximum RAM, but you got to remember this laptop was gifted to me because my other one was almost dead. Not sure if you've seen the video called Borgware, but you can see how much I repaired the old laptop and it barely functioned. Where everybody else was.
If you buy a new laptop because you stream and get paid for streaming, you can claim it back on tax as an expense.
Okay, now we got
write-off. It's
so
anything computer related is a tax write-off for streamers.
See, that could even be AI art, right? That looks definitely like AI art, actually. Mars, that looks like one of those AI art things. Probably see it in...
The things the fish swim in and can't swim out of.
Yeah, but this is AI art, isn't it? That's definitely what it is.
I can't tell. All I can tell is the color. The color shading is wrong compared to the background image.
But that looks like he's probably done AI art and said Mars industrial engine parts, and that's what it produced, right? They probably found this somewhere online, which might be from an old steam engine, not a steam engine, but what do you call those boats that have paddle wheels, paddle boats, and what they call them?
Steamboat.
Yeah, paddle boats, what they're called.
Steamboat.
Steamboats, where they got the big
with the wheel at the back, and the wheel spins around.
Yeah, I thought
Two
they had
wheels
a special
sometimes.
I thought they had a special name for it. So it looks like that. Steamboat. Okay, I'll try steamboat. Yep, one of these things. So it looks like it might be something on the back of it here. Some industrial part where it's connected to this wheel here. Probably not going to get any close-up pictures. Could be something of a really, really old one. But it looks to me like AI Art's picked up some sort of industrial part, right? Maybe it's from a hydro dam even, where something spins around. It has the little holes in it for cooling, right? These look like, as it spins around, it creates a vortex, which cools it down. That again looks like it's part of a roller of some sort. And AI, it's just had a bit of play with it. Anyway, it's pretty cool if it's artificial picture, but it's nothing to do with being on Mars. That's this fake clickbait, right? But anyway, probably wasted enough time on that one. You said move on. Was there any other ones that you wanted us to look at? So this one here is probably AI art too. AI art. I bet it's not in the video. None of them. And that one's AI art again. Okay, let's just click on that one just to prove a point. It's got two videos with that same thumbnail. I really hate sites like this. Because they're adding to the noise, right? So again, we don't know if this is from Mars or not. It's probably all AI art, right? Modifications of it. In fact, have you got your art thing running there, Gabber? Can you run an art thing with Mars industrial machine parts and see what it draws? Have you got anything like that? I suppose we could do one online, couldn't we? We could do an online one. I can't remember what the sites were called, though.
I don't have it loaded up. I could do it on a site quicker, probably. So I just got to get a new email address. Spam it.
Okay, let's do AI art. AI art Mars industrial parts. It's the sort of thing third phase of the moon would be doing, right? Have you got any Mars pictures yet? Okay, we got some. So it's probably AI art, is it? Who knows? Rover. See, that's what I'm talking about here. Spaceship blueprints generated by AI art, right? Look at these things. AI Space Factory. This is pretty cool. It kind of looks like beehives that's scaled up. What else we got? Alright, here's one here, but it looks more artistic. We want industrial parts though, but yeah, I think maybe you can generate some of those maybe and bring it to us in future, maybe we can have a look at see what the AI art produced. I think there's one that does create steampunk, right? This, you know, you got steampunk.
Industrial parts, industrial metal parts.
Steampunk AI. Let's see what that brings up. Okay, so these are the
background Mars, red soil.
There you go, look. It looks a bit like these parts here. So this is steampunk.
Some rocks. Steps.
Yeah.
Put the steps down. 10 steps.
And look, it's even done a plane with a prop. But yeah, I haven't come across anything that's similar. But yeah, you can see the steampunk one is the closest match to that Mars fake thumbnail. Anyway, how are we going for time? We seem to spend a lot of time on that. 3 hours have we been going? For 4 hours, right? Hell. Okay. So just to finish off this anyway, or maybe just skim through it. Okay, so what's abnormal about that? Okay, so we looked at this one last time, Gabber. Which we believe was just low res and a crater with some bright rocks in it. It looks like a flying saucer though to our eye, but it's not. It's just Pareidolia.
Bit of Pareidolia.
Yeah. Did you drop off before? Sound like you dropped off.
I don't know. I'm generating the Mars photos, seeing what comes up.
You started to go crackly.
All it's doing is, am I? It's because my GPU is like maxing out doing these AI photos.
Yeah, so yeah, we could go through all these ones. Look, we got a pyramid-shaped mound of dirt here. There's the famous what is it? Cannon on Mars, which is again Pareidolia of a crater with a small crater on the outside and some pile rocks. Again, you can find that one on Scott Brando. Yeah, why does that look like UFOs? Again, it's looking like that moon rock where it creates that funny tubular structure.
It's not doing it for me.
Is he talking?
Whole thing. We're taking a deep dive tonight, and I guarantee
taking a deep dive into the rabbit hole, because that's exactly what it is. This one here, I'm not sure where he's got that from. That one's the only one that's not the same as the other ones he's been showing, where it's a scratch or hair. But it could possibly be, you know, it could be some mechanical damage through scanning, where something clamped onto the negative and punched a hole in a curve, but I don't know. I'm just saying, we got to keep Darcy. Always got to keep our eye on, question everything. You always got to think. See, Darcy Ware, all I've seen of his work is just garbage. It's been badly researched. It's full of errors. And that when he put to the triangle one, the Rise of the TR3 or whatever it's called, that was the worst one ever, where he featured Secure Team on it, and I think he didn't do many sales on that one. But it was really poorly edited together, badly researched, and Tyler just distracted from it. So why is he mixing in Darcy Ware stuff? So that's all the moon ones he had? Lava
the,
flow
the,
again, is it? You
the
know.
AI is just drawing me Mars landscapes
right.
without the industrial parts.
And
Sometimes it's hard to tell it what you want.
then we got one of these glass tubes with some strange filter colors again. Remember they talked
We
about
got
that.
industrial parts.
Ah, cool. Probably if you put Mars steampunk, you might get something that's closer to what we saw.
Yep, you have to try a million different prompts. Delete one word, add one word, changes the whole thing. It's a time-consuming process.
Okay, so where did you get that one from? That's what I want to know.
Unique about it is it's basically it's literally unprocessed NASA photos, okay? Meaning, the photos were taken from the astronauts in 1969, brought back down to Earth, brought to NASA, never developed. They were classified at one point, declassified, and then, these organizations out there like Arizona State University, Earth and Science, and others, it's their job now
Okay, that looks like mounds of dirt and craters to me.
to upload these, to make a digital copy and upload them to the internet. So it gives us a small window to get in there and find the true anomalies before NASA hides them. Okay, and that's literally what I've done.
NASA's got to
they
spend
uploaded
all
this-
day hiding them. Okay, so that looks like one of those crazy craters with the round rocks in it. Glass tubes, is it called?
This 40 millimeter Apollo 11 gallery online. Okay, it was very hard to find, and I went.
Oh no, not that old Tyler one. You see, this is why those two are working together, because they're using each other's stuff.
Went through, I think it's like 387 photos.
Or is what's his name, Tracey, feeding it to Tyler. So that was down in the Antarctica, wasn't it? So that one, that's nothing to do with Mars or Moon at all. And it's just edge of a ice sheet, right? And it looks three-dimensional. But if you rotate it around on Google Earth, it looks like an ice lake. It's just shadow play, ice, and rocks. It's just garbage. Just annoys me. This one is what I was trying to find. Where's he get that one from? Has he got a name on there? Because that, to me, looks like it could be part of the Lunar module. Taken from another spacecraft. AS-11. So you'd have to plug that name in. But didn't they photograph the Lunar module approaching the command module? Can't remember, there was a series of images. So this is where these guys knowingly fabricating stuff. AS. Let's see what we can grab from it. AS. Can't remember it all. 11 dash. What was the number? One of the numbers we saw. 36 dash. And then it's got a big number. What's the number?
Online, and I'll
6328. I think I brought up those images before, and I'm pretty sure it's a sequence of the command module and lunar module meeting up. But let's have a look.
Would you like to see what the AI is drawing for me?
Yep, in a minute. Hang on, let me just see if we can nail this one. Pilo magazine. Obviously it's going to be in an archive. It's probably not already scanned in. Here we go, Polo magazine again. Thought that would have come up. Images. The moon. Suppose you have to say archive. What was that thing? It was called Wiki something or other, wasn't it? Wiki... Can't remember what it's called now. What should we put in? Search... archive. Maybe. No. I must have got the number wrong. 6328.
I'll leave a link below.
6328. No, 53. Okay. Maybe it doesn't get up to 6,000. Ah, here we go. What's it say there? Open that one up. Let's, if we can get the sequence of snapshots. That's definitely the image, isn't it? What they say here. Distant view of Saturn! Saturn launch vehicle, third stage. There you go, guys. Yeah, see? And you're telling me that Nocturnal News is being honest? I told you it looked like Lunar Module meeting up. Here you go, Lunar Module. And what's it say here? Distant view of Saturn launch vehicle, third stage, with the Lunar Module LM attached. Lunar Module adapter panels have been discarded, and the command module is moving into dock. Told you, I'm so good at this stuff. Debunked. Shill alert. And people love this guy, and I'm just telling you, he's deceptive, just like Tyler.
You know, basically, I went through, I don't know, several hundred photographs. It took me weeks, honestly, you know, off and on.
Did no
and these are the anomalies that I found, including this one right here, this weird, you know, mushroom-shaped UFO. I don't know what else to call it. Now, this isn't a camera anomaly. This isn't a defect or something like that, you know, because I know a lot of debunkers out there like say, oh, no, that's a photographic defect. Well, it's clearly not.
No,
okay?
I nailed it. I said it was going to be a Lunar Module meeting up with a command module, which it is.
Right here, I added just a little bit of a filter to try to bring out more detail. And it reminds me of this UFO video that I covered.
So this is why I don't want to spend too much time on this guy, because I know all the images can be debunked. Just takes a wee bit of research, and this guy claiming that he's done research. It's just garbage, right? And of course, now we got space shuttle ones, is it?
This UFO online from a NASA gallery, and I want to show you guys how...
So that looks like the arm from the space shuttle.
Easy it is right there to make that UFO disappear. This is...
Okay, he's creating artificial UFOs, right? That's what he's doing. He's actually putting it here on the
exactly what NASA does. I can bring it back. In fact, we can add
Jasper
an entirely
says, which
different
AI are you
UFO
using,
to this
GabberBeast?
NASA
Tried
photograph.
crayon.
We can dim it down.
Show you.
Oh yeah, so he's actually creating those artifacts and making fakes NASA images there, and he's trying to say that's what NASA does, airbrushes it out. Now, I'm not going to waste any more time on that guy. He's just pees me off no end. Now, I know Brandy was arguing, saying he's a nice guy and all that on Discord the other night, and I'm saying, look, he's a cousin of Tyler, and it's a bit funny that both of them are putting up crappy Apollo NASA images at the same time. Do you not see anything that rings bells? Ring, ring, ring. So yeah, catch up with the side comment again. Let's see, what do we got? GabberBeast. Okay, so you want me to share your screen, so what you want us to do? We should really wrap up soon, because this is getting a bit long, I think. Look, we could be here all day looking over this stuff. But if you want to bring more of your ghost images and talk about them next time, then do so. But let me know that you can't do it or not. You need a couple hours, 3. Yeah, Minimize that one and that. Bring you up to full screen here if you want to share your screen. It looks like it needs a bit of a sleep. You've not been sleeping very well, Gabber.
I'm just answering one of your viewers.
Alright. I know, multitasking is a bit tricky. Especially when you're using two screens. How many screens do you have? 2 or 3?
I got 3 screens, but I'm only using 2. The other one's too small. It's only 17 inch. I need 27 inches.
Okay. I know most gamers have like 3, don't they?
Alright, so I got to share screen.
Yep. You're on full screen at the moment.
I just got like 20 tabs open. I got so many different multitasking. This one, share screen. This one, select window or screen.
But
Screen
people
2.
saw me in real time debunk that so-called UFO image. So hopefully people learn to do the same thing. You know, if we can get enough information.
Are you seeing my image? My screen?
Here we are. You got a rover.
All right. I did industrial parts on the ground of Mars, and then I added my own little prompts to make painting the AI better.
Yeah.
I did a rover. I didn't ask for a rover. I asked for industrial metal parts, but it did a rover there.
Yeah.
Landscape. There's some parts there floating around.
Can you zoom into some of that? Make it bigger. Full screen. Yeah, the rover one doesn't matter. All
Yeah,
right.
like this, I guess.
Is it the rover? It looks like it might be a rover modified though.
Some industrial parts there. See, I can upscale this. I can upscale it, and it will do it in better detail if I click on upscale.
That kind of looks like an oil refinery on Mars.
Yeah,
and that one's got shadow.
There. There's some sort of metal parts it was drawing there.
Yeah. It's getting closer to that one we were seeing.
It's like a little city.
I reckon
platform.
Steampunk Mars might produce something.
There's another drone.
Okay, yeah. So these are all artificially generated. I guess it was using.
I only did 10 steps, so it just has a basic drawing. You do 50 or 100 steps, and it'll do all this in intimate detail.
Yeah.
Then I'll upscale it, and it'll do it in 4K resolution, etc.
Right.
There's like a little hut there with like a part on it.
Yeah.
There's some parts there.
Yeah.
Landscapes. There's like a broken drone with parts.
That's like a rover that's been cannibalized.
It's got something here. Another rover.
Again.
I could do my own Mars. I can do my own Mars rover photos. I'm going to start a hoax channel. Mars Pareidolia.
You could easy. Yeah, it could easy.
I might need to be more specific with the prompts. There's some parts there, see?
Yeah.
I can upscale that. It'll give it a minute to upscale it, and it'll start doing that in detail.
Is that a rover will? I think I've been too long in this heat. I should have left a gap in the door.
Look, I found doorways, ancient doorways to the underground base on Mars. I'm going to start my own Mars channel.
Yeah, but you have to prove where that image comes from on NASA.
Look, the shadow. The shadow's correct. Look, the sun's coming in that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Robot. Like you can see, it does pretty good detail. That's without low detail. That's just basic. I could do 100 steps and then upscale it, and that'll be super detailed. Yeah.
So what if you do UFO and crater on the moon? What does it produce then?
It's going to do all sorts of crazy stuff. So,
yeah.
we'll get to the bottom.
I still think Yeah, I
industrial
think
parts there.
steampunk would produce more crazy industrial shapes. Because that's a mix of... Steampunk is a mix of steam technology and electric technology of the 1900s.
I upscaled that, so see how the parts are in more detail now.
Okay, let me just zoom in on that. Let's zoom in on that. So it looks very similar to what that guy was doing for his thumbnail, right? So you could put that as a thumbnail and say, this was found on Mars.
So we'd have
what's
a look
happened?
at this.
CPU's clogged out. Is that mine or yours? Okay, mine. Yeah.
See, that should be the upscaled image.
Hey, Saitans has joined us late in the day though, but I suppose that's when he normally gets home.
It does a lot more detail when you upscale it.
Yeah.
Like,
well, thanks for joining. Did you actually want to show any of Ghost stuff? 18 mils. I know you had some stuff that you could show. But we started earlier today so more people could join in. And it's amazing how the show drags out. We looked at ghost stuff first and then we started looking at UFO stuff online.
Could I show?
Yeah,
show some orb photos if you want to see them.
But anyway, you can jump on the side voice if you want to with Gabber, if you want to, 18 mils. You know how to do that last time.
Here's one of my orb photos.
Yeah, but you played around with it, haven't you?
That's untouched. That's just cropped in.
All right, so that's sort of giving off its own light.
And that's the orb photo with filters attached to it. Hang on a sec.
Right, so I can see, but you've introduced artifacts here by using that filter. Yeah, that's the problem with using filters. Sometimes you can overdo it. But, yeah, that looked almost like it was giving off its own light. You notice it's not circular, you know, like I was showing it with the dust particles. Now, these are all different shapes. So is your dungeons and thing finished with now? Or is that still going on the other screen? I think he's on the phone. Yeah. He's trying to multitask, I think. Sorry, it's not ready. Ran out of time. That's alright. Maybe you can do it another time. Yeah, so you're on the phone, weren't you?
My mum's just gone. My mum's just going to the vet to pick up the cat.
All right.
Sorry about
you don't want to go. You don't want to go with her.
Nah. Just gonna go pick her up.
Right.
So there's some more. The orb, the little dots are little stars, and then all these bigger things are like these orbs. Capturing red one, white one, blue one. I've got hundreds of these photos.
So that could be water droplets, though.
Middle of winter. So that's a water droplet, you think?
Could be water droplets. You have to spray some water.
The thing is, these orbs, they appear in front of the tree, the same size as you see in the sky, in front of the tree. So they're only 20 meters away from me, and they're massive. They're bigger than the limbs of tree. So unless that water droplet is the size of a tennis ball, it's not a water droplet, you know? Unless the water droplet's the size of a tennis ball. I'm doing size comparison because I can see them in front of the tree. So they're all, some of them are like the size of golf balls and tennis balls. That's that orb with some filters through it. I don't know. Does that look like a water droplet?
I don't know. I was just going to say maybe just get a spray bottle and spray it with the camera and see what the water droplets look like. But if you can get
I'd have to go back. I'd have to go back 30 meters then for where the orbs are showing to get size comparison.
See, that's the best way to do it. Always debunk it yourself. Throw out a handful of sand, dust, sawdust or whatever.
See, like there's two of the orbs in front of a tree, and then we zoom in, we can see them. They leave like a teardrop shape, and then they're the same size as the other ones that we're seeing in the sky.
So that's another thing. Could be little flies, maybe.
There's no flies. It's the middle of winter. It's -2 degrees Celsius outside. I took my infrared camera.
Yeah.
I sat there with my infrared camera for half an hour because a bug would glow on my infrared camera. I scanned the entire area while my camera was taking photos of the orbs. I could not see the orbs in my infrared camera, and there was not one single bug on the infrared camera. I tested for bugs with the infrared camera. They show up. They glow like a Christmas tree. So I'm just trying to understand it. I'm not sure what it is. Like, see, the arrows are stars, and then you got these like orbs in the red squares. There's a zoom of one of those orbs.
Excuse me.
There's an inverse of it. And then there's some filters. I don't know how to do the filters properly, but I'm just like trying to see inside the light with the filters. I need to learn how to use the filters properly. I'm just learning.
Yeah, you're sort of swapping out colors. So when you do that, you actually probably the orb was white, and you just changed it. It's just another shade of white, and so it looks like it's creating a shell around it. That's like creating artifacts, right? But it can be useful to see stuff that you don't see because it's blended in with the night sky.
Like
right?
Here we got one. It's in front of the tree. So this is only 20 meters from me.
Yeah.
And then that's a crop. That's a crop of it. It's a crop of it, so it's thicker. It's thicker than the tree branches. So we've got a size comparison now. I can go to that tree branch, and I can actually measure that, see what size it is.
Yeah.
And then that's again looking at it with the filters. It's like a long, long elongated teardrop or a worm or something.
Yeah, but that's going to be on long exposure too, isn't it?
No. I put 1,000 and I put 2,000 frames per 2,000ths of a second, quick shutter speed to try and capture them, and it makes no difference. Long exposure, the fastest exposure I can make on the camera makes not one bit of difference. It shows up in everything. I tried different camera modes. I tried so many different things.
Is there any way you can film that in real time? Obviously, you can catch them any time of the day. I do have a video. When I film with the video, you cannot see them. But when I got my laser pointer out, you can see the orbs flying through my laser pointer beam. Right. Which kind of suggests, look, it's bugs, you know? It does sound like bugs. But where's the bugs?
Yeah. If I'm out there, the bugs would be hitting me. I would see the bugs. I would feel the bugs. Are you telling me the bug is bigger than the tree branch? That's a huge bloody bug.
Yeah, but if you looked at my New Zealand Skywatch, remember when I aimed the night vision camera up above the house? There was like thousands and thousands of insects. And yet if you go outside, you don't even see or notice them because they're too high up. Of course, that was in summer, but I haven't...
How can the bug leave a trail that's like long like that?
Well, it can on long exposure, but not 1,000. But still,
not at 1,000, 2,000 frames a second. Impossible. That's why I went to 2,000 frames a second. I ran the camera for like an hour, and it like no difference. Did not make a single bit of difference. That's so
what were you doing? You're doing burst mode. Were you doing burst mode?
Taking a photo every 30 seconds, basically.
You had it on a timer, taking every 30 seconds.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I don't know how to explain it. I'm trying to figure out. It's like here, look, there's an orb, right? And then
Yeah.
I put the filters on it. I don't see any bug inside there. Like, wouldn't you see some sort of a bug or its wings or its legs if you put the filters on it?
It could be pollen as well, but dust. Could it be dust?
How could dust the reflectivity of it though is so bright? It's bright white. Like, look how bright that is. That's blinding bright. How could dust reflect that much light? If that happened, then if I'd go around the house, take a photo with the flash, all the dust would be lighting up. Like, I could go hit something, a pillow or something, take a photo with it. There's no way that dust would glow that bright.
Yeah. Well, it'd be a good experiment and put it into a video and saying, well, this is what I've got outside.
I took hundreds. This has happened in the last 3-4 weeks. I've been doing some photo sessions. Sometimes I do it when I'm UFO sky watching.
Yeah.
And I just leave the camera going. Sometimes, like,
yeah.
but you can see how this huge, long, cylindrical, like, light, and like, I don't know what to explain this phenomena. Like, there's a picture of my laser beam, so we can see.
I can't see a laser beam.
Can't see the green laser beam there.
No.
This green laser beam coming down. It's on thick. I put the beam on thick. See the laser beam coming down?
I can see something, but can't quite see it. No.
Yeah. Oh, it was like two. There's two of them that come up in the laser beam there. Bang and bang, where the two red arrows are. I can't. I could load this into. I can take a screenshot and load it into a viewer.
Right. It could be some. Obviously, you've heard about rods. Could be some sort of critters that only show up on these type of cameras that you don't normally see because they're moving so fast, right? So it could be some type of creature that we're still yet to discover. You always got to keep that possibility. But yeah, if we saw it moving around in circles and all that, that would probably confirm that it was biological to me. So you'd have to have a sequence of photographs more than 30 seconds so you can actually capture one of these things moving to see how it moves.
Sometimes I sit there and I do it manually. I go click, 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 click every 3 or 5 seconds, and you'll see like an orb pop up here, then go here, then go here, then go here. Sometimes you see some of them like fly around and do stuff. But I do have sequences of it. Good luck getting me to find it.
I thought you could set up on those advanced cameras burst mode where you can do it for 5 minutes or 10 minutes and it will do 1,000 frames a second. And you basically fill up your whole memory card, right? Yeah. The flash is not going to be going bang, 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 bang. It's going to go bang. The flash takes 5 seconds to load up again. I haven't got the Right, so you're illuminating it with flash. Is that what you're saying? Or I thought it was infrared.
The flash or the laser beam illuminates it. The infrared shows nothing. Shows nothing on infrared.
Okay, that sounds a bit strange to me if it doesn't show up on infrared.
There's another one like teardrop shaped flying upwards. They're like
that kind of looks like a beetle to me, Big body at the back, tapering off, and the head.
You don't think I would notice a big beetle like that 30 meters from me? How would I not notice it? You're telling me to me, I would notice a beetle that big. It's huge. That's huge. That's a beetle. That's a beetle the size of your hand spread out with your fingers spread out. Let's put in size comparison. Like, there's no bugs at wintertime. They're all dead. They're all like hibernating in wood and stuff. Like,
yeah.
There's another one.
I don't know what.
See how big that is. Like, that's huge. Just like that's nearly That's nearly the thickness of half your arm. This one up the
Right.
top here.
Yeah.
Then we got little ones a little bit further back. Like,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I'm just sharing. I haven't analyzed this much. I've shown one or two friends, and they're like, your backyard's haunted or something. You got an orb party in your backyard. It's like haunted.
Yeah, it still could be like some winter critter that we don't know about.
Yeah, but I would see it. I would see it. It would, if there was that many of them.
Not
it
if
would
it's
bump
moving
into
so
me.
far. Yeah, no, I don't think, you know, I think
I
that's
hate critters. I know straight away when there's a fly in the house. I just bang, I pick up on it straight away. I really hate them. I'm there with the bug spray trying to get rid of it. See, like what I was doing, I was taking pictures of the red sunset. The clouds were red and pink, and I was taking pictures. Then these orbs come up, and I was like, "What are these doing here?" You know, like there's a close up of the orb. But like, if we go back a couple of photos, like the shape of it is like it's not buggy shaped.
Yeah, it didn't sort of have the same regular shape as what those dust ones we were looking at on the mirror.
You see, some of them are like long, like worms, and then some of them are like these oval, elongated shapes. And then,
but that means it could be moving faster than 1,000 frames a second, and then also
it would be I think it would be breaking the laws of gravity beyond the speed of light. Go across here. Look at this one. This one's a square, almost square shaped. Do you see it? See the square shaped orb there? We zoom in on it. It's like almost square.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain that one.
This one is the weirdest one. Like look at the shape. It's square with like rounded corners when we look with the filter, but like that's inversed. Like what bug do you know looks like Aladdin's carpet? It's like, look how big it is. That's huge. How big it is. Like comparison. This light over here is the moon, 3/4 moon or something. So like, and that has to be like 20, 30 meters away from me. It's just right here in depth where the tree is. The trees are only 20 meters away from me. I can't explain it, you know. Like we've got orbs here, orbs there. It's like a Christmas party of orbs. It's just like Happy Halloween.
It's a bit hard to tell the distance for a 2D camera, though. What's Jasper saying? Earlier on, you getting orbs quite frequently. Have you tried having someone else take a picture with your camera?
No, I live alone. I'm like the Lone Ranger. I live by myself.
Well, you said your mum was there.
Yeah, but I leave the camera on auto mode, taking a photo every 30 seconds, and I walk inside the house. I'm not even taking a picture. The camera's by itself, taking a picture for an hour or two, all night long, by itself.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it. That square one freaked me out when I saw it. This big square. I'm just like, what on earth is that?
Couldn't that just be a part of a leaf, though?
A square leaf? There's nowhere for the leaf to fall. That's
segment of the leaf, right?
That's this is the highest tree here. There's no trees on my property. We chopped them all down. This is like this. It's higher than the tree, and this tree has no leaves. These leaves are like tiny leaves. There's nothing on my property with big leaves.
Yeah. I don't know how you would be able to confirm what it is.
I probably never will be able to confirm what it is, to be honest.
Apart from sucking in through a filter and then get someone to look at it in a electron microscope or something like that to see what's in the air around there. It may have some a natural explanation, but often orbs are created by water droplets that you can't see. They're very fine, like a mist. Dust particles, like from the soil. bits of tree that's blowing off, you know, in the wind. I don't know if it's still that night. Was there any
I took a photo when it was fog. It was foggy and misty. I took a photo, and you could see all the water droplets, but they weren't bright like this. They were like
the problem with
translucent
mist,
and
though.
see-through.
Yeah, the problem with mist though is
Not
that it's
bright.
more dense.
The
Where
mist-
here
the
you
mist-
might just
yeah,
have a few water droplets in the air, opposed to a mist.
No idea.
Hmm.
I
Because
shared
you're on the
some- I
mount,
shared
you're on the mountains, right? And you've probably got the breeze going over the mountain. It's going to evaporate water into the air, but not like dense mist, right?
That doesn't explain the long teardrop shapes though, and long worm shapes at 2,000 frames, at 2,000th of a second. At 2,000th of a second, you would capture the water droplet like still, not this long.
Yeah, I just wonder if anyone else.
Water droplets don't form worms. Like,
Yeah, I wonder if anyone else has figured it out with those cameras. But yeah, 2,000 frames a second.
yeah, like 2,000 frames a second. An insect with fast spinning wings flapping, a dragonfly, you will see the wings perfectly still. You know.
What are you trying to draw? A smiley face serpent.
It's a reptilian inside a reptilian egg is coming to this one. See, this one's got blue. This one has blue and red light opposite it. See, it has red and blue.
Yeah. Yeah, could that be a distant plane though?
No, it's right in front of me. It's 30 meters in front of me. There was no planes going past.
So you reckon though, but could it be a laser pen that's reflecting off something though?
I'm the only person up here with a laser pen. No one has a laser pen.
Because as we know, red and blue is very common for refraction of light through water, right? Which again, it could be just a single drop of water that's come from the sky, but you don't feel it.
Maybe could be just mist going through the air.
So that one's more round. That one's less strange. You know, that one's more orb-like, like dust particle. You know, a round shapeness to it. You know, unlike those other ones that we were looking at, which are long like your ones and bright like your ones, where the dust ones
these
are
long
all
ones,
sort of flickering.
these long ones freak me out.
Yeah, could that be
These
like
really
a
long
collection?
Yeah,
Yeah, I just wonder if that could be like a.
It's right in front of the
ice,
tree, and it's as thick as the branches too.
you know, that reminds me of an ice crystal. It's almost like an ice crystal that's fallen down from the sky.
Ice crystals.
Hmm.
Wouldn't I see the ice crystals hitting the ground? Wouldn't they be hitting me? They would,
Yeah,
they
you're
would
saying
hit
it's
me.
30.
I would
You're
hear,
saying it's.
if
I
there were
can't
ice crystals,
see.
I would hear them hit the ground. If they're right in front of me, I would hear them. I would see them hit the ground.
No, these are like microscopic ice crystals right in front of your camera.
That's not microscopic. That's not microscopic. That's up at the tree. That's 20 meters away. It's as thick.
Yeah,
as thick as that
I just don't know if that's
branch.
true though.
That's as thick as the tree branch.
You're assuming it's 30 meters away, but that could be right close to the lens, right? Hmm.
But I thought I would see ice crystals. I'm standing there watching this, and like I thought I would notice ice crystals.
Not if it's
hitting-
microscopic ice crystal that comes down in front of your camera when you snapped.
But that's not microscopic size. That would have to be like on the camera lens to be that big.
Yeah. You'd probably have to have two cameras set up at the same time to capture the same thing. You know what I mean? Then you can eliminate the lens. So you'd have to get another camera.
Maybe I could take a photo with my phone at a different angle, So we got two different angles of the orb, you know?
You could, but really you need the same make camera, maybe on a tripod, and make it into like a stereo vision, like a
That's
rover.
not going to happen. My camera costs $1,500.
Get those Chinese to send you all their thousands of dollars, and then you better get whatever you like.
I make like 10 cents from the views on my Chinese
I
UFO
know, but
channel.
there are some really rich Chinese people. They've got loads of money to burn.
That's
You
where
just
all
need
my money comes from. Someone donates $5, $10. Like, we like your video. Like, that's where all my money's coming from. Donation,
Oh, right.
not from the
Yeah,
actual
but I know
views.
there's a lot of rich Chinese though. There's more rich Chinese
Yeah.
in the world than anything else, right? They could easily send you another second camera for free, right? They'll probably say, "What's your address? I'll send you one." There's a lot of rich people out there, but depends if they're interested in the topic, whether they want to help you out and try and document it. But I think if you got two cameras and it only appears on one lens, then you could say it's in front of the lens, because both cameras should be able to pick it up. And then you should be able to combine the images into a stereo image, right? And you should be able to adjust how big it is and how far away it is from that. And how you do that on a computer screen, I don't think you can, but you probably could.
This is my latest.
You could create it in a
This is-
virtual goggle, you know, VR
This is my
goggle.
latest UFO I filmed that came really close to me yesterday morning.
Right.
It was moving really fast. It was really, really close, and then it went behind a tree. I only got it for a few seconds. So
Don't know if you heard that, but my
behind the
jawbone
tree.
just cracked.
I heard
Crack.
your jawbone crack.
Did you hear it?
Yeah,
I
I heard
certainly
it crack.
did. Oh man, that really hurt. Popped out the joint.
Could zoom in on it. We could zoom in on it and have a look.
Mind you, all my
Only got a-
joints in my body feel like that.
I only got a couple seconds of this one.
So that looks like my orb that I caught in the bedroom.
I ran down the it went behind a tree, and I ran down the driveway, and then carrying the tripod, and then there was another larger tree in front of the lady next door's house, which blocked the way. So then I ran down the road to see where it went, but it was gone already. Like, it went in front of two trees, and then just.
I don't think it's the
disappeared.
same as your lightning one though that you had, because the pattern around it is like compression artifacts, right? Well, the other
Yeah,
one you had a regular lightning pattern effect.
Yeah,
Well,
you
this
could see
one-
the lightning bolts coming out. This one,
Yeah, this one's all random, like it's compression artifacts or atmospherics, right? A bit of both, probably. What's going on there?
artifacts.
So you're trying to move, but you can't stabilize it because you've got nothing to stabilize it in the image. Like if you had a tree, you could stabilize it. So I just wonder if that could be one of these Earth lights. How big was it? Do you know?
It popped up. It was bigger than a golf ball. It's like a softball, or it's like a softball, like a large.
How far away
softball
from
or
you?
Baseball.
Visually, how far
looked-
away?
It looked like it was 5 kilometers away, less.
Right, okay. And low on the horizon?
It was low. Yeah, it was low. Like
Which
it
is
wasn't
where you
even
get-
in the next town. It was in between me and the next town, which is 10 kilometers away. So I'm guessing 5 kilometers or less. It might have been 1-2 kilometers.
And you ruled out International Space Station. Or
It was too low. It was too low, and then flew behind the tree. Like, it was nowhere near where the ISS goes. I got to go look at the satellite apps.
How about
and stuff.
Starlink? You know, that would be a like those, pilots.
Impossible to be Starlink. Impossible.
Why?
Like to know why? Because I'll show you right now. You see that dot there? That's what a Starlink looks like. Look at the size difference. It's like 20 times bigger.
Yeah, you probably have to overlay. But I guess that movement is you shaking the camera there and not it moving.
It's me moving the camera, trying to line it up. But like
Yeah.
a Starlink satellite is that size. It's like 20 times smaller.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
star. That's a star there. See when
Yeah.
it stabilizes. I'm there. That star there. That's what a Starlink satellite will look like. 700 kilometers away, up to 1,500 kilometers away. It will look a little bit smaller, and it's like you can see it's 10, 20 times
Yeah,
bigger
but
than
remember
Starlink.
this. Remember when they start rolling it? See, normally you'd have a chain of Starlink. Why you only got one? Maybe Elon can't afford too many over Australia yet, but remember the Starlink.
The Starlink is the size of a microwave oven. This is like huge. This is way bigger. This is at least 30 feet, 100 feet across.
Yeah, but it unfolds that solar wing, right, for charging the batteries and all that. So when they first launch them up in orbit, they're only little tiny things, but they haven't got the solar reflectors on. So
I film the satellites all the time, and I check them on the satellite app, and they look like tiny dots compared.
I think you need to overlay the star map of the satellites over top of the image here, and see how closely it matches up. But I'm not sure how you can do that. I suppose you could use Into Sky and use what is it called, point of view or something like that, horizon view. Maybe you can line up the direction that you're looking and then just sort of overlay it. Sort of thing Mick West does, but obviously it's going to take many hours of work to do that probably. But it's the only way you can really. So that's your laser pen, I take it.
That was just another light I saw. How to turn this.
Yeah, I don't know about that orb one.
See, if I film us, we gotta wait for the camera to stop rolling.
I think you have to do a lot more analysis.
A Starlink satellite's gonna look like this tiny dot.
Yeah, if it's not expanded, right?
What do you mean if it's not expanded? They're all expanded.
No, they don't expand them straight away. They put them in orbit and then they expand them out. That's sort of like in dormant mode.
I've never seen a satellite bigger than these stars. Never seen one. Never.
Yeah, but again, it depends.
I've filmed hundreds of satellites, hundreds of them, and I know the size of them.
Yeah, I still think you're gonna have to use the software to prove that.
I do use the software to prove it all the time.
You need help with those guys that are star watchers. Cause
I don't need no help. I can prove it with the star map. The satellites look like this. I've shown examples in my video, half screen with the satellite app, showing this is a Starlink satellite. This is its longitude, its latitude. It's 700 kilometers away. It looks like this little dot here, and then these things start flying out.
Have you got Facebook? Because really, you want to join.
No, I don't use no Facebook.
Yeah, I don't use Facebook either. But Camera the Desert Man's on there, and he has a really good group of people that's stargazers, and they will look at an image and they'll try and figure it out for you if you ask them nicely. Sometimes they bring up stuff that you didn't even realize. Sometimes you get the wrong time for it and all that sort of business. Hey, it started raining. That means it's going to cool off, I suppose. 4 o'clock. Time's rolling on.
All these lights I'm showing, they're directly above me, vertical.
Hey, Blue Chicken, how's it going?
The Starlink satellites, they're all on the horizon. Starlink satellites don't pass over me directly vertical, hardly ever, if ever.
Yeah, Blue Chicken reckons it can't be a Starlink if it's only one, but I think it can be.
Yeah. No, they're always in pairs. They're always in pairs, threes and fours.
Yeah, it depends how much she's put up there over New Zealand and Australia. Because remember when I was looking on my star chart, there was about 15 Starlinks going in all different directions, crisscrossing, and there wasn't a whole train of them. I think only once did a train of them appear on the map, but we couldn't see it on camera. So my camera's not able to pick up the Starlink ones, like you're saying.
This one's
But
This one's directly above me.
yeah, I still have to pull that out of storage and get it all set up still. I've just been so crook this week. It's been a terrible week. I go to the doctor's Friday though. Got to get some more pills. More insulin at least. Insulin is almost running out actually.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna have to do some further research, some further analysis.
Yeah, I'm just saying maybe try some other research channels. Save you some work, that's all. Camera Dazzle Man, guys. They'd better help you out. I'm pretty sure of it. But yeah, we're not on Facebook. Yeah, I don't know what those are. It does kind of look like it could be ice crystals falling down, but...
It's a big ice crystal. It's a big ice crystal. Like, if the ice crystal is half the thickness of my arm, I would see it. I would hear it when it hit the ground.
Yeah, but I just assuming
it's a possibility. It's a possibility. We can't.
I'm
like,
just saying
not.
maybe you got the distance wrong. And they're smaller than bigger, you know. Forced perspective thing, you know.
It would have to be dropping right in front of the camera, basically, like this far from the camera.
Yeah.
And I'm standing there. So
that's the problem.
I can't notice ice crystals standing there. I would feel them dropping on my head. I would feel them dropping on my hair. I would feel it.
But if they sort of went horizontal and then went back upwards, that would rule out ice crystal, probably.
Horizontal, upward. Let me have a look.
Yeah, so if it's sort of changing directions as you're filming it, but because you're taking snapshots, it's really hard to get that information.
Let me have a look. Nikon.
I don't know. Ask Mick West what he thinks. It'd be very interesting to see what he says about it.
I asked Mick West to have a look at my plasma ball UFO video. He hasn't replied in 2 weeks. He won't touch it.
But a photo, he'll probably try and explain it. It'd be interesting to see what he says about it.
I could ask him.
But how would you prove to him that it's 13 feet away? That's the problem.
Like I'm just judging the tree's 20 meters from me, and it's in front of the tree. So, like, look.
I'd still ask him. Ask him, see if he replies.
Look at this. Look at this. It's going upwards. Look. See?
You might have to join his DEBUNK group, but it's very particular what you post.
All these things, they're traveling upwards. Like,
yeah.
Can a upwards breeze hit? And this one's traveling downwards.
Well, it can. It could go up
upwards.
slightly, but it'll still come back down, and eventually it'll keep on going down till it hits the ground.
These ones are all going.
So if you can film the sequence and see if it never ever hits the ground, keeps going back up.
A red orb there, and like they're going upwards again.
Yeah.
We've got another red orb in the corner. Another red orb.
Yeah,
that's just the moon. That's just the moon. That's just the moon there. This one's going up. They're all going. Look how up this is going. That's going up. Look at it.
You turned off your screen sharing.
Oh no! I've been sharing my screen for nothing.
Yeah.
For nothing now. Or is it?
You turned it off a wee while ago.
Started on again.
Like
yeah.
2 minutes ago, or whatever it was. But anyway.
There we go. It's back on again.
Something's happened.
Working?
What's going on here? I think.
There we go.
And infinity and beyond.
That working?
Yeah, it is now.
Okay, so that's just the moon here.
Yeah.
But if we go across to some of these photos, that's the square I was talking about before. Remember the square?
Yep.
That's that square one.
So where did that one go? Did it go horizontal and fly back upwards, or what? You know?
I don't know where that came from. Like, that photo is You look at the metadata. 1850, 11 seconds. And then the next photo is probably 30 seconds later, so
I
it's
can't
gone out
read
of
that because
frame.
it's way too small for me to read that.
That's 41 seconds, yeah. So I'm taking a photo every 30 seconds. So if it was just unfortunate that I wasn't there going click, 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 I would have caught that flying around. But like after 30 seconds, it's gone. But like
Yeah.
this one's going downwards, and this one's going across. These ones are going up. These ones are going up.
This is on a tripod too, isn't it?
Of course, I got two tripods.
Yeah. You're not standing there holding it.
We've got like a red orb there. Then another red orb, another yellowy red
You
orb.
probably got Goof on there with his laser pointer making orbs for you.
What's Goofman doing here?
He's come to visit
red
his.
orb.
He's come to visit his best man Gabber that keeps tagging him on Twitter.
I love him. I love Goofman. Goofan's
See,
my favourite. I love
Goofon
Goofan.
trolls me and Gabber trolls Goofon. It's hilarious.
See, this one's going up. These ones are going up. These going up. This one's coming down. We can see this one's coming down. This orb.
Yeah.
Another
Chinese
couple orbs
lantern.
there. Got another orb there. I love Goofon. I got nothing bad to say about Goofon. He's my favourite. He's my favourite. He's so funny. He's my favourite clown. See, these ones are going up.
Jasper
Like,
reckons
they're
someone's throwing dust at you.
These ones are going in that direction. Maybe it's magic pixie dust. See, we got a couple orbs up here.
Well, I think some of those ones on third phase of the moon, there was a guy there that was definitely using talcum powder, and he was throwing up
See,
the
these
air and
ones are
taking it
going
with his
down.
smartphone.
I'm just going outside taking photos. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything. These ones are going up. Like, I've documented hundreds and hundreds of these photos. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. Different directions, different color orbs. See, long ones. We've got these long worms again.
Yeah, but all
No,
those
it's
ones those ones are all stretched there though for some reason. So that means they're going to be
maybe they're traveling faster. See, these are like stretched and translucent.
So that
But
looks
this
like a
one's
load of
solid.
that looks like a load of ice crystals falling down.
Then how come I can't? I don't know. Then how can I not notice ice crystals hitting my head? The ground would be frozen
Send
from
that
all
one
the ice
to Nick
crystals.
West and tell him what the metadata was. Can he explain it and see if he comes up with water droplets or ice crystals? But yeah, even 2,000 frames a second. Maybe they're moving faster than that. So that's moving quite fast, isn't it? How'd you calculate that into speed? There is calculations based on number of pixels on the screen and all that. He would know it. He's a maths dude. Me, I'd have to look it all up and plug it in calculators and stuff.
But how could the ice crystal be that big? I get really big ones.
Yeah, but you can see it's got that sort of blue and red tinge on it, like it's being refracted.
But how could the ice crystal be that big, falling right in front of me, and I not even notice?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I don't think it is in right in front of you.
How can the ice crystals be flying upwards? They're too heavy to fly upwards. They're flying in different directions.
Gust of
Maybe
wind,
I'm
though. Gust of wind pushes up a wee bit, and then they start coming back down again. So, like, we
Look
haven't
at the
got
tree. Look at the tree. Look at the tree. The tree does not move. There's no wind. See? Going through all the photos. That tree does not move. There's no wind. Look at this thin branch here.
Could it be
This
noise?
thin branch does not move.
Could it be some form of noise?
See, there's a red one. It's going upwards.
So this
Red
is
one.
this is not infrared. This is standard
No.
images, isn't
Standard
it?
16 megapixel P1 Nikon P1000. Like look how bright some of these are. Look, it's got the blue and the red, and it's going up.
See, this reminds me of that Damien Knott guy from Australia. I'm pretty sure he was faking lots of his stuff. But
I'm not faking stuff. I'm just taking pictures and sharing it, asking, does anyone know what it is? You know, just trying to figure it out.
See, that one looks
Look at
like
this
it's
one.
then rising upwards here.
It's going up.
Yeah.
So my camera's level. I never take off level. I always level my camera so it's
You know
on
what
the
it is?
horizon,
It's a
try to
ghost
level.
rocket, as they call them.
It's a ghost rocket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then there's like, I'm gonna spend Halloween tonight.
Hang
I'm
on.
gonna take more pictures.
That one looks like it's going around. It's going around a vortex hole there. Is that my imagination? Got one going up. Seems almost like a void here, in a circle.
This one here. This one here.
No, all of them. They all seem to be lining up here. Look, line up,
Lining up, and then these ones are going around, and then these ones are going around.
Yeah,
So
but
like,
it seems to be a void here, like a vortex hole
vortex.
here.
It does. Maybe
Yeah.
I live on top of I live on top of a mountain, and when the white people came here 200 years ago, they killed all the black people, all the Aboriginals.
That's
So
on
maybe it's like they
Tasmania.
lost- yeah, there was a full massacre up the top here to clear the indigenous people.
What,
so
where
the
you
white
live
people
now?
Populate. I live in the Southern Highlands.
Is that known? Is that a proven story that they went and slaughtered it all?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Was that they
Yeah.
wanted to build all the farming lands and build the train tracks through, and
Right.
I don't
It's amazing
know.
what they used to do in the old days, isn't it? You wouldn't think about going around and the lines just slaughtering everybody in front of you. Sounds like something the Russians would do. I don't know if you can hear that rain outside, but that's a massive rainstorm that's just come in.
But like, I've got my batteries charged up. It's Halloween night. I'm going to go out. I'm
Right,
probably going to get
right.
spooked by lots of
Maybe
orbs.
we
There's
should
gonna be an
end so
orb party.
you can carry on doing that then.
I should live stream it. Gabber's Halloween orb party in his
Yeah,
backyard.
yeah. You could stream it live. You got Wi-Fi connection on the camera, you said. So I don't see why you couldn't stream it. How does it connect with the software? Does it use like a browser firmware thing where you can just use your browser and just connect to the camera, like I was doing with my
I connected my phone to the camera, and I could use
Okay,
my
so
camera as
that's
a
using
remote.
a phone app. Yeah, but you want to know if
Yeah.
it's got a browser version, because then you could stream it. You see.
Then we've got a green one. Look, there's a green color one.
Mm.
It's-
Or you
that-
could
that
use
goes-
Android emulator on your desktop.
She's
and
saying the
screen
blue and
capture.
red like a water droplet, but now we've got green. Water droplet or ice crystal wouldn't glow green.
See, it seems like it would be like
This one's brown. This one's brown.
water
over
droplets
here.
coming down, like really fine water droplets coming down in all different angles, like in like a little gentle gust of wind, and they change all different directions. I've seen it on the security camera like that.
Yeah, I've seen that on security cameras too. The infrared shows all the water droplets.
And then you can see the water droplets suddenly going
But when-
upwards, and then
Yeah,
goes changes directions. It's almost like it's living, right? But I still would maybe take one of your better pictures there and ask McRest what he thinks.
I could try.
But like I said, the only way to debunk this, maybe 2 cameras, and maybe you can then use VR goggle software to see it
VR goggle
three-dimensionally.
software. Look at this one.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
one. This one's a little bit freaky. Then we go to the next frame. We've got a blue orb, right? There's
Yeah.
a blue orb. Look what's up here. There's something just off frame that's causing all this light, like something huge. I don't know what it is.
You said there was a
See-
moon in one of the pictures earlier. Where's the moon disappeared to?
The moon's gone down past the horizon. It's
So
late
what's
at night.
illuminating these trees then? You got a spotlight
Flash.
or what?
Flash of the camera.
See, what you need to do is you need to have a separate light system.
Look, praying mantis. I found a praying mantis. Look, he's sitting in my tree. He's like, what are you doing, Gabber? Stop taking pictures of UFOs. Look at the praying mantis.
It could be a cat, because cats are stupid like that. They're up on top of
No.
trees.
And there's no cats.
Um,
The tree would fall down. That's a weird one. This huge light. I don't know. It's off frame, so I don't know what it captured, and then bang, it's gone.
Yeah.
It
does seem to
it even
illuminate.
illuminates. Yeah, it illuminates that. I don't know what I captured there.
Yeah, this one's strange.
I wish I saw it. Maybe a UFO went past and I just missed it out of frame. Who knows?
Yeah.
These ones, look how big they are, and they're like flying up, red, light blue. I don't know.
I still would give that to Mick West. Let's see if he replies to it.
See how bright that is. Red.
Because he's got
bright.
cameras like that. He's been mucking around with these cameras for a long time. He's got P1000.
Yeah.
And he does his own experiments.
See what he knows.
Yeah.
Right. That's enough of the show. I've got folders full of this stuff.
Yeah, just try and keep the message short. Hey Mick, what do you think this image is? And then give him all the details of what you had it set to and camera flash.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably got. He's probably comes up with an explanation, probably that we haven't heard before. You know, like it could be something to do with the camera focusing system.
Yeah.
Or something weird. He'll come up with something, and it'd be worth investigating it further to see if he's correct.
I'm going to try 2 cameras tonight. I'm going to do 2 cameras and see what comes up.
Okay, well, this is what we do these shows for. We're just seeing anyone else has got similar evidence and maybe had figured it out.
Yeah.
Or there's something that we're still yet to figure out, like invisible.
I was showing it on. I was showing the
critters.
pictures. I was showing the pictures on Stephen Cambion's Discord. I was talking to someone who gets a lot of orb photos with his infrared camera inside. His house is full of orbs. He was looking at it, and he was just like, orbs, orbs, orbs. There's an orb party at your house. He was like, and then somebody else looked at it and goes, your orb photos are amazing. How did you get this? No one said like it could be something else. I'm like, I don't know if it's water. I'm saying I don't know if it's water droplets or something, or pollen or something. I can't figure it out. They're all like, nah, it's orbs, and I'm just like, I don't know what it is. I'm just sharing. I'm just trying to figure it out. You know, like.
Well, it's most likely
honest.
something natural that we're just
Yeah.
just not sure.
Might be something natural. It might be something supernatural. We just don't know.
But it was funny how they seemed to create that pattern where it looked like it was like a circle in the sky.
Like a vortex, yeah. Like they're all spinning into a vortex. That's the portal they're opening and making a wormhole so they can go into the other supernatural dimension.
Well,
That's how they go into the Twilight Zone, you know.
We haven't seen anything like that with those images on Skinwalker Ranch series, right? And
Forget about Skinwalker. Come into my backyard. Take some photos. Forget about Skinwalker. Forget about Skinwalker.
So what's that? Weird. That's what we got here. We need to get our hands on some of those 125 different
Gabber.
types of particles.
Even
And
Wheels,
do reflection.
even Wheels says it's weird. Yeah, like I literally got hundreds and hundreds of photos. I only showed you like 1/10 of the photos I took.
Well, Wills hasn't joined to show. Wills hasn't joined to show his orbs.
Yeah, where's your orbs? Show us your orbs, Wheels. Where's your orbs, mate?
I showed mine. Where's yours? We showed ours.
I showed you mine. You got to show me yours.
Don't get Goofon excited. He's probably watching in the background there.
Goofon's fondling himself right now, thinking about us showing us orbs.
He's saying, "Oh, look at those two. They're scamming us with orb photographs, you know." But yeah, we're trying to figure it out.
How could I be scamming with orb photos? I just showed you like 300 of them, as if I'm going to Photoshop 300 orbs. Get out of here! Get out of here! Gabber scamming with his orb photos. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
yeah, yeah. If
Just
you got
remember, I started getting orb photos when my younger brother died 10 years ago. Orbs pop up in all my photos. I stopped taking photos because I got sick and tired of orbs popping up in my photos and videos. And
yeah, if you could get those,
a couple of years gap, It's been a couple years gap, and then I'm like, I don't care about the orbs. If they're going to pop up in the photos, I'm just going to keep taking photos.
Well, that's
I don't
another
care about
thing
the orbs
is,
anymore.
if you can get those same orbs to appear in the house, that would be extremely strange, right? Because now you can eliminate rain, ice crystals, dust, bugs. Looks like we got thunder and lightning happening.
I haven't done much in-house photos. Like, I've taken photos of the cats and stuff as they're growing up, but no orbs have really appeared in the photos.
You need one in the bedroom, like I have, and see what you capture.
No, I'm going to have nightmares if I see orbs coming to me, and I'm doing this at the night. Get away from me, you orbs! I'm trying to go to sleep.
I'll send the Goatman to you.
Don't you send no goats over here. No goats allowed here.
The Demon Goatman. What's your address so we can actually make sure he gets there?
I'm going to light some black candles. I'm going to do some hexes. I'm going to do hexes and voodoo.
Yeah. So that was of course 18 Wheels didn't see the enhancements I did. Have a look at go back and have a look at the early stream. God knows how many chapters I'm going to have to put on this live stream. I have to keep it sort of generalised a wee bit, I think, because you can only do so much in a description. But yeah, looks like you got an alien head on you now. Yeah, your angles change for some reason. I'm not sure why.
I'm just stressing out because my cat's at the vet and trying to figure out what's wrong with her. Stressing out.
Yeah, it's not really good when your pets get sick.
Cost a fortune to send them to the vet, and the vet doesn't know what's wrong with them, and you're like, what did I spend all this money for? Well, you're a vet.
Exactly. The vets are hopeless, I find.
Like my last cat took it to the vet, spent all this money. He's like, oh, it's got heart problems. You got to take these special heart tablets. We gave her heart tablets.
Dentists.
Then she just ran down the stairs and died in my arms. Like, she wanted to say goodbye to me. And I was like, What did we go to the vet for and get heart medicine if you can't even fix my cat? Just wasted all our money.
Yeah. Wishful thinking. It sounds like witch doctors. Yeah, I think you can't stop cats dying, though. How old was the cat? 11 years?
Sort of medium age. Not like too old, not too young.
Yeah.
It's the problem. The problem is it's a turquoise shell, and I've had turquoise shells, and turquoise shell cats only come out female. There's no male turquoise shells, and they got some genetic problem where some weird chromosome missing or something in their genetics, which only makes them female in the litter, and they always have stomach problems. Something's always wrong with the stomach, and they always die from an organ or something failing because it's something.
Sounds like my line of family. I'm pretty sure there's something wrong with the stomach.
I'm never buying
DNA from mum's side.
Yeah, I'm never buying a tortoise shell cat ever again because of this genetic defect. They always die on me young. It just breaks my heart.
I can't have cats anyway because I get itchy eyes. So dogs I don't have a problem with, but some people have problem with dogs and cats or vice versa. Anyway, that's pretty much. I think we've run out of stuff to talk about now, haven't we?
I think so. I've got to get going. I've got to get this cat back from the vet and nurse it back to health.
Apart from looking at third phase, which I don't think we could bear right now. But we did look at quite a good variety of stuff today, including NASA images, and we debunked Nocturnal News again. So, yeah, when these people say they'd research something, and then I do a 5-minute search on a live stream, and it tells me a description of the photograph for what it's actually filming, a lunar module coming to the command module. To me, that proves they didn't do any research, right? They're just lying. But anyway, we should probably wrap up for the day now. It's coming up to 5 o'clock here. We've been going since just before lunch, wasn't it? So, better let Google
covered a few topics.
But we,
jumped into some rabbit holes.
Yeah, once Google processes it, it'll probably take a few hours for it to process and it'll run smoothly. But by then you still can jump back and have a look at what we did. Have a look at the goat's head demons. The thing in the mirror, we finally analysed the other frames, and that definitely didn't look like an orb or anything like that, because it was like a full body, wasn't it? So that one there, where my feet got touched, and that's probably the thing that jumped onto me. It was that goat sucker. Or whatever you call it. But anyway, yeah, I got to sleep back in that room now. No, it looks like a goat. I have to show Mum that one. She's going to freak out. Anyway, Gabber, I'll let you get going, and we better wrap up the stream for here. And
No worries,
hopefully people enjoyed what we went through today anyway. We still don't have all the answers.
I gotta go. My mum's here now. All right. Good to talk to you again, mate. See you, buddy.
Okay.
See you, buddy. See you, everyone.
Yeah, see ya. I'll just close that down. Yeah, anyone else could have come on if they wanted to and talk. You've got plenty of opportunity there. So, yeah. If you started the stream late, I've got that CPU plug thing happening. Go back and have a watch. You might find some of the stuff that we looked at earlier interesting. Okay, I'll see when I come on next again soon, but next week's going to be another messy week for me with the doctors and whatnot. So I'll just say good night. I'll try and get on top of my projects anyway, and we can maybe do an evening sky watch sometime again. Early evening to night time. That normally works out pretty good. Sun's going down. So, yep, good night all. Thanks for joining us. And commenting on the side. A lot of the comments I couldn't get to though. I'm not sure if I missed any that were important. But if you just put @ and my name, it shows up in orange. And then I can be sure, right? If I scroll up now till it show up here in orange. Maybe it doesn't show it up on here. Oop, way up in there. Alright, it does. So if you put my name in, it will show up in orange, right? And then I know that someone's trying to get my attention. And that's me commenting. I don't think there was too many oranges. I think it comes out better on the pop-out I use, which modifies it. I think it highlights it better. But anyway, better wind off here. Yes, we're run out of encoding. I don't know. I think it's unlimited now on Google. It used to be 12 hours or something. 12-hour streams. Crazy. But some people did it. Did it all-night streams. Didn't UCR, Lou from UCR, try to do that or something? Cool home, and used to run it over the weekend or something. Anyway, better get going. I need to have a pee. We've been here 5 hours. Thanks 18 Wells, thanks Gabber, thanks Jasper, and everybody else out there that I've forgotten to mention. Tommy, I think, was there for a wee while. Brandy was at the beginning, but I had to go. Who else did I see in the list? Shogun was there. Blue Chicken was there. Although I don't think he stayed, did he? Yeah, it's getting more busy here, I guess. People may be interested in... At least it's not all about drama. we're actually looking at stuff, you know, and figuring it out. That's the difference. And we didn't say everything was a demon or alien or UFO. So end it there. Okay, good night. Take care on the roads, people.